Check 1, 2, mic check. Oh, shit, I didn't even do the intro. Let's do the intro. Hell yeah, let's do it. What's up, baby? Happy Friday, baby. What's going on out there? Good morning. Let's open up the chat today on YouTube. Let's open the chat on YouTube today. We're gonna open up the chat on YouTube today. Let's see, we got a subscribe. You can, if you just subscribe, it's free. Free if you subscribe for free on YouTube today. You can chat. There we go. All right, I think you can chat now on YouTube if you're. We'll do free chat on Friday on YouTube today. What's going on, savages? Dun, 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 We need to start drinking beer early today. It's Friday. Good morning out there. How are y'all doing out there? We're going to get right into it. We're going to go into the main screen, I guess. Woo. We're not going to do this tricky stuff. Now, we got a lot of supply coming into this morning. So I kind of look tired. I had a rough sleep last night. Good morning, by the way. How's everybody doing? Good to see you all. Happy morning. As you can see right here, we have a lot of supply here. This morning, right? They're trying to sell into end of month. What else? We got a lot to go. We have a lot to go over today. I don't know why I look so tired. I shouldn't, but I do. I had a really rough sleep last night, so I got some. Last weekend, I went to a music festival, and I got some ply along. We got cottonwood coming down everywhere. Now I think I've got like the cotton or. I don't know if it's cottonwood, but like playa lung sick. Last night I was coughing up some nasty shit, and I don't know if I'm sick, if it's pollen, sick, playa lung, all of it. And my, I think I might have blown out a knee. I'm not sure yet, but last night I had some like puffiness in the bottom where one of my tendons are. So I slept horrible last night. Completely sober. Still slept horrible. And so I'm pretty rough this morning. I'm like full on point. Haven't been drinking or anything. Haven't taken any gummies. So I'm on point right now, but I look like fucking hell. Anyways, woke up this morning with a nice squeeze on PCE, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, which is not actually its preferred inflation gauge. Year-over-year inflation is the real deal. Anyways. We did squeeze this morning. Here's SPY right now. We are briefly currently above. Looks like we already tagged that, doesn't it? Looks like we already tagged that. So coming back down right now, the hope would be that we're going to hold here, right, and go up at this point. So we'll keep an eye on SPY and see if it can hold on to its hourly and half an hour trigger. and begin to trade this 528, 527, 528, somewhere up in here today for Friday. And we have a lot to talk about today. We have a ton. By the way, if you're just joining us, I opened up the chat on YouTube. So if you want to chat this morning, you feel free to, as long as you're, not an asshole or whatever. And you can chat this morning with us. And the reason I'm opening up the chat today is because we have a lot to go over. The vacation is basically over, right? Everyone went on vacation early last week. Most market participants took the week off. Maybe you didn't, but most of the pros did. They took the week off. It was a pretty chill week in the market. Did you guys notice yesterday and the past couple of weeks how low the volume has become in the marketplace? Let me show you guys something really quick. Show you that. Just prove to you how many people are on vacation right now. So if you go to, we're gonna make this really like 2 seconds. That's it. And you want to see some low volume. So you can see the steepness. Can I delete all this stuff here? I don't know how to. I'm on Webull right now. I don't know how to delete, draw, and clear the chart. Can I clear the chart? I haven't traded Webull in a long time. We're gonna be trading Webull too, and I'm gonna suck at it because I don't know what the fuck how to do Webull anymore either. Settings maybe. No, I need it either. Scroll down. Oh, there we go. Nope. No, that ain't it. Gap. Reset the chart maybe. Nope, that ain't it. Hide all drawings, delete all. There we go. So just so you can see right here, I don't know if you can, I can't, it's so small you can't even see it. But anyways, there's been a steep decline in volume this week in particular. So everybody's away on vacation. We also have end of month, right? So we're going to get new month flows coming in. Let me put this on a 1 minute for you guys. Hold on. Put this thing on a 1 minute for you. So we've got the first 2 months down of the quarter, right? We've got one more month left until end of quarter. We have a new month starting for. This looks like shit. You can't see anything here either, can you? Let's try that. Sorry, I had like a Thinkorswim reset this morning, Streamlabs reset this morning. That's a little bit better. So we've got 2 months down of the quarter, right? We have a new month, June, coming up. We have, of course, we will have new flows coming in. Volume will come into the market the first week, 3 to 5 sessions of June. June, right? Yeah. 3 to 5 sessions will be coming in June. First 3 to 5 sessions will have flows coming in. We do have some events coming up in June as well, right? We've got an Apple event, a bunch of other events. You notice that Apple hasn't been selling. It's been ramping in the background. So there's some rotation out of NVIDIA and into Apple. So if you're making any money on NVIDIA, last Sunday I said to you the trade this week was NVDA, right, on Sunday. Said you want to trade NVDA this week. It was a great trade, right? Told you to trade volatility. Great trade, right? Alternate to the indexes. Now we have Apple that's being bought into for this Apple event. So we'll discuss that. And SPY's being bought right now on its hourly trigger. On a down week. When we have an up week, what happens on Fridays? We go down. We have a down week. What's happening on a Friday? We're going up on a Friday. So look into that for next week, right? Don't come on the show next week or 2 weeks from now and be like, hey, Cap, should I be long or short on the Apple event? They're already buying into Apple for that event. They're ramping it right now. So Apple should be on your radar. We're going to start covering Apple for you. If you're a supporter or a pro trader, you're going to get Apple updates from now into that event on what to expect. I believe it's June 9th or 10th or something like that. Don't quote me on that. I'll find it for you today. So that would be the trade for you in this upcoming week to pay attention to Apple. What else I got for you? Okay, so we're going to go over a bunch of stuff today. We have a ton to go over being end of month, and the reason we have to go over a bunch of stuff is because you may not know this, but the market is at an inflection point that has implications for the rest of the year. You may know this, you may not. I'll be honest with you. For me personally, I really don't care where the market goes. I don't care if it goes to 6,000. I don't care if the top is 540. I'll trade the price action that's in front of me regardless. That makes life easy. I want you to think about that for a minute. Or for me at least. But for a lot of people, it does matter. A lot of people, it does matter where we head, where we go, what's the top, what's a nice bottom to buy, that kind of stuff. But for me, I really don't care what the top is. But we are at an inflection point. If you do or don't know that, I'm telling you, we are at an inflection point for where we wind up at the end of the year, and possibly with ramifications multi years out, 3, 5, 10 years out. And it's important to at least be aware of those implications and what can happen. Or at least have like an idea of it, right? Like if we go here, this is a possibility, a probability. If we go there, this is a possibility and a probability. And I'm going to lay it all out for you today so that you can discuss it on your own with your friends, create a conversation. And further than that point, the reason why I want to go over this too is even though I don't care where we go, some of the paths ahead for us can change sentiment. And sentiment is everything. It really is. Sentiment means a lot. It's as important as GDP. It's as important as the Fed stance, policy and stance and all of that kind of stuff. Sentiment really does matter in our market. It really does. And there are some large mouths out there that are trying to push a sentiment change in the market. So we have to discuss it today. I think we should discuss it. I think it's appropriate at the end of a month. It's not quite end of quarter, but for whatever that narrative that's being pushed, how loud does it get in the month of June specifically? Because we're seasonally due for a correction. Pretty decent one. And whatever that bottom is, it will impact not only the market for the year, but could be or signal some important ramifications down the road, i.e. stagflation would be one of them. Coming in to check this prior high again. We'll delete that and make it a little bit smaller here. Just a little tiny bit right there. Right over there. Y'all know what I'm talking about out there? Right there. Want to get that new high, right? Well, we got a couple other things to look at. Let's go to the triggers really quick. What do we got over there? That's another little sneaky peep back here. Don't watch out for that one right there. You see that one? Whoop. That's a little sneaky Peter up there. You think you got it if you get just that new high, and there's this little thing right back here. You want to see that thing too right there. Then we got a big old gap up here. Yeah, let's just talk about this for now instead of the 532. Let's see if we can just, all we're looking for is that one new high. Right over there. Let's take a peek and see if we're well hedged right now. And we're going to take a peek to see if we're well hedged. Did everybody load up on crash puts or protective puts at the worst possible time into the close yesterday or not? Export levels. We're going to export some levels, bro. Right over there. Let's see if we got any development to the downside over here. As this thing, a little bit, not too aggressive. A little bit of development in the middle here, like 510s are now matter. Put wall is, dude, the put wall is weak as fuck too. It's at still at 510. Negative gamma right now is below 5,200. Volatility is between. I mean, we're in negative gamma down here. Don't get me wrong, but we're in volatility specifically from 50. What the fuck is that right there? 5265 for real? What is it? 5266? 5266. Gamma flip today. I wonder if this is bad data. But basically, your volatility level is 5266 down to 5200. Local support is down at 5200 in negative gamma. The gamma flip is today at 5266, 5265. 5265. Local resistance is this big old band up here, bears up here trying to hold down the fort. Your call wall is up here as well at 5,300. So that 52 or 53 or 5320 is going to be a key point here for the bulls. Hit and run by the bears down here, and we're going to talk. We need to talk about this stuff because there are some implications coming ahead from it for us. Hold on here. I got to open up a bunch of shit. I got a bunch of stuff I got to do here. What do we got here? Some stuff I got to open up here. Turn that on. We've got Timuro saying the report was largely anticipated 2 weeks ago and won't change much of anything for the near-term Fed outlook of wait and see. PCE. Excuse me here. Chicago PMI just came out. Previous was 37.9. Consensus was 41. Forecast was 39. Actual was 35.4. Next week, we have U.S. Manufacturing PMI on Monday at 9:45 a.m. So this will be a precursor to that PMI coming out Monday. We have ISM Manufacturing next week at 10 a.m. on Monday. Excuse me. Tuesday we've got factory orders at 10. Job openings at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, and Wednesday we've got ADP. Woo! 8:15 a.m. Wednesday. Mark your calendar. ADP employment, big one. Then we've got ISM services at 10 a.m. Productivity at 8:30. What else do we have here? U.S. trade deficit at 8:30. Flash PMI at 9:45. So Wednesday, big day. Thursday, we've got initial jobless claims. So we got some reports coming out next week. Friday at 3 p.m. on the 7th, we have consumer credit. We also have the employment report. These are all big ones. Like employment's a big one right now, bigger than even inflation. So we do have some important numbers coming out next week, and also you've got a narrative being spun right now from Jaime Dimon about credit, personal credit, personal commercial credit, businesses, small businesses not having or credit tightening on small businesses, bad loans being given. A little bit of a roll right there on these numbers coming in a little bit light. So that's coming up next week for the economic calendar. So I got the gamma out there for you. I got the economic calendar for today and for next week out there for you. But we're going to spend some time this morning discussing some implications down the road. We're going to start with this. I know you guys hate this, looking at these things, but they do sometimes matter. And we're going to talk about this briefly here as a segue or a lead into more conversation down the road. So, tap screen. All right. So we're going to first look at, hold on here. Dude, I got to fix this captain screen down here. What is going on down here? I don't know what the hell is going on down here with my screen. I'm having issues. Now, this is a seasonality calendar for SPX. And it's still kind of roughly in line. We didn't get this seasonal weakness down here, did we? But we got kind of a delayed seasonal weakness over here, didn't we? A little bit delayed, right? So you kind of match these two up, can't you? Kind of associate, you can kind of associate that track with that track right there. We got our nice little pump, right? Over here. Yeah, how everything's awesome, right? Got another little delayed reaction over here. But we're coming more in line, aren't we? Now, this whole time over here, you see this whole time period over here? I want to discuss this with you because I've hinted at it. I think I might have briefly discussed it, but I want to discuss it right now because my thesis on this whole price action over here is that some of Wall Street actually believed we were going to cut rates in March. I really believe that. And so what they were doing was they actually pumped the market up like they were looking for liquidity, right? And as we came close into this March rate decision, banks, believe it or not, positioned themselves to crash the market. They actually drank the Kool-Aid and thought we were going to get a rate cut. I'm kind of shocked that they thought that, and I think that's what part of this trade was back here. They didn't get it, so they at least wanted their money back for the positioning. We're back off and running again. We got our little down move over here. But what's more important is this zone right here. I want you to see this one right here. And we're rolling down right now, right? Spent a few days rolling down last week. We had a low volume week. And in an otherwise, like on a base case or a baseline right now, you can see that the market is strong. I want you to understand that. The market is strong right now. And to prove that point, last week was such a low volume that it took a low volume week because the corpos are still buying, believe it or not. It took a low volume week for other market participants to pull a hit and run. And that would be aggressive selling, right? When banks aren't buying or selling to get the dealers on their side to amplify downside moves. Now, we're in this place right now. We have a little bit more down historically that we can go down, right? In this seasonal weakness. But I'm going to show you here in a minute. I'm going to switch over to a different chart and show you why where we bottom matters. Now, on this seasonality chart, this is that thesis trade, right? You have the seasonal weakness in June, and then we run up. And you get your election volatility trade over here. This is your election volatility trade. And this, believe it or not, is your trip to 6,000. So here's your 6,000 trade. whether that is 5850, 5850, 6,000 in March, I don't know. But for the thesis of 6,000, whatever bottom this is going to matter or have future implications over here. And I'm going to show it to you right now why I'm bringing this up to you and those theses, because you got people like Jamie Dimon telling you 5,400 is the top for this year. A lot of bankers out there, other banks out there telling you 5,300, right? 5,400, all the top for the year. So what they're telling you is, this isn't bottom. And you take this line and you can now move this shit all the way down here. Right? So you come into that 5,400 at the end of the year. And I don't think too many people are planning on that down move. So we've got a fork in the road coming, don't we? Two different paths that it could impact down the road here. Now, what else is an issue here? What else? What does this mean if we take this different fork? Anybody know? Do any of you understand the? Anybody understand the implications? Because, and I'm asking you that because we have an 18-year housing cycle ending in 2026. We would likely front run the end of that cycle and a top in the market beginning in 2025. When we come into these tops, we tend to like have this fever pitch run to the top. If we don't have that fever pitch run to the top, Jaime Dimon has come out and said we might be transitioning into a period of stagflation. So if you're thinking to yourself in terms of long-term debt cycles, we're coming into an 18-year long-term debt cycle end in 2026. The expectation is that we're in a bull market and we're going to rip this fucker off, right? Scream up to the top and then have your big old long-term debt cycle top, either in 24, 25, or 26. Jaime's saying, nah, bros. We're going to go 10 years sideways and down with no returns. No returns. So let me show you something right here. I want you to remember this really quick. I want you to look at, I'm going to show you something really quick here. Hold on one second here. Main screen. I want to show you guys, I want to lead this into something here. Go back over here again. So this is SPY, right, on a weekly basis. I want you to remember this right here, okay? I want you to remember this right here. The old cup and handle, right? Remember that cup and handle right there. Jaime Dimon is saying to you, well, we might be trading sideways here for a decade. Remember this part right here, okay? That part right there, remember. And I also want you to remember this right here. So remember this. This is January. This is January, right? And this is January of 2022. And this is 2023, right? I think, yeah, something like that. Got that new high, and Jaime's saying, nope, we're going to come back down here and trade this for a decade. Decade. And what was he just? What did he mean when he said that? What did he mean when he was saying that? So we're going to take a look at that really quick. I think we are. Hold on here. I think we're going to do that. Hold on one second here. Do I have this one? Did I name this thing or no? Please tell me is it copywriter? I don't think it's copywriter. Which chart was it? Yeah, fuck it. We'll do copywriter. Cap screen. Then we'll do SPX. I don't know if it's on this one or not. We're on the day. We're going to slide over here. What is Jamie Dimon talking about? We're going to look at it right now. What's my boy Jaime talking about? He's talking about right here. Let's hide all this shit over here. Hide that. Hide this. And I want you to think about this right here. I have another chart with this set up, but think about this. Think about this right here as make that smaller. This would be like January. Jan of 2022, right? And this would be where we are right now. So this is December of 68, January of 73. And he is implying that we will have a decade. You know, we just start declining. All right, we have that bad election volatility. Boom, we're down, we're off and running. And it's like a slow grind down. Remember, this is January of 73. This is 1975 in here. And then we slow grind all the way up again, right? And then we go sideways and sideways and sideways and sideways. This doesn't look like a lot to you, but, or may not look like a lot to you, but, you know, this is 1980 over here. 1968 to 1980. Almost 13 years, and what do returns look like? Pretty gnarly, right? Pretty gnarly returns. No market expansion. You just grind sideways, basically. So if you're a long-term investor, that's a rough deal, right? You get one dip to buy in 1973. You get another dip to buy in 1974. You wake up in 1980 and you're fucking flat. That stagflation trade. This is the stagflation trade. Now, counter to this stagflation trade, a counter one. But by the way, this stagflation trade, do you guys know what you trade in stagflation? It's boring. Tips, bonds, gold, buy houses and rent them out to people. Time in market for a return. Horrible. Horrible for a market participant. Now, do I think this is a good analog for today? Fuck no. We don't have AI back here, tech revolution back here. You don't have the participation of retail back here. You don't have the cocaine nose job back here in the 60s and 70s. You don't have modern monetary theory back here. So when Jamie's telling you, hey, we could have this period, I don't know if that's true. But he's warning of it right now. He's saying to you, this is probably the top. I'm probably going to grind down for a few years here. And there are some implications in here, isn't there? So if this is kind of an analog right now, isn't it? Where do we go from here? Do we stay on our trip higher into 2025, 2026, or do we begin to make our way down and never recover? And we're right about here right now. You are here, aren't you? You're right there. You're somewhere right there right now as an analog. So there are some implications ahead for us. So let's go look right now. Let's go look right now for where we are. Whoop. Let's go take a peek at where we are right now. Let me get rid of this really quick. Trash that. Matter of fact, let's go over to SPY really quick. Without channels. Let's have a little chat about this right now. Here's SPY, right? And here is November, December. What do we do? January 31st, right there, somewhere over there. So here's end of year over here. Like, one more thing I got to do here. One more thing I got to do over here. One more thing over here, because I was talking to my boy last night, Binky, and I sent him some of this stuff, and I just want to make sure I got it here. Here is July 1st. There's July 1st right here. And remember that seasonality chart. Here is October 18th. Let's go back to that seasonality chart if we can. So this seasonality chart, this is the 190th day or session of the year. This is the seasonal low for October, October 18th. Roughly in there, I believe this is that same period. Let's just take a quick peek here and see what we can see. We got these monsters over here. Look at them over here. Whoop. We got that bad boy over here, right? You got all these guys with their range expansion and shit. See what that looks like. Look at that. Oh, interesting. We got 6,000 up here. 6,000 at the end of the year, right? And you got these savages talking about June. They said, oh, mid-June. We get a 5% drop in mid-June. That's 4,800, isn't it? Look at it right there, 4,800. Fascinating little point of interest, right? Here, let me move this away so you can see it better. You got 4,800 right here. Point of interest, right? Boom, right there, 4,800. You know what we did last year? This time period in June? You want to go see it? Check this out. So this is right in here is what? Here is June 6th. Oh, no. Oh, hold on. No. Throw that in the trash. Here's June 13th, 14th, 15th, right here. Here's June 6th, 9th, Here's the peak on June 15th right here. But what did we do? We caught some liquidity. It went all the way down to where? Come in at June, right? Catch some liquidity in June. Grind it out a little bit. Wham, wham, wham. Straight down to the depths of hell. We literally corrected into what? October 27th. Woo! All the way down to the monthly trigger. Literal correction for the entire summer. And so now we're over here, and I'm showing you 480 right now. Right? Showing you 480 right now, but what if we didn't do that? What if we were to grind up a little bit? Right? And then bam, straight down in there. 480 down here. Pretty rough, right? And we're still talking about wanting to trade this up into 6,000, right? I don't know. Can we get there? Can we get there? I don't know. Jaime's talking about stagflation. And this is what I would propose to you here. We know a few things. It's a few things that we know about here that a traditional chartist might not know about. One of these traditional chartists might not know this, but we're going to take a look at it right now, right? Is it fast and quick? Continue on? What can we hold and continue higher? And where does it start to get sketchy? So if you're a bull and your bull thesis is that we're trading 6,000, we're not in stagflation, we're in the age of AI, kind of want to be keeping that, don't you? We're coming into a new month, so we're going to get a brick right there. A brick right there. A brick right there. A brick right there. I don't know. That might be a little much there. I might have got a little aggressive with that, but I guess we could give one more if we wanted to. Give him one more brick. Bam, right in there. And now there's your 480 right here, right? You got your 480 right up in there. Right in October, when your real seasonal weakness comes into play. We looked at that seasonality chart, right? So if you're a bull, you're kind of like, yeah, you can have your 5%, asshole. I'll give you into end of quarter. But I want to keep going up, don't I? Catch that 550. And you can have your election volatility. You can have your election vol because I'm going back up here to my 6,000 at the end of the year. And this is what the traditional chartist doesn't have, right? Traditional chartist does not have access to your weekly trigger pushing us up, right? They don't have access to your monthly trigger holding down here, right? So we can continue higher and higher. This is the bull thesis. There are some of you out there that say, you know what? I don't care, Cap, if we do it right now as long as we get back up on this and run it up. But this is the bull thesis. This is the bull thesis right here. And this is the worst case bull thesis for that 6,000 into the end of the quarter. What you don't want to see happen if you're a bull is watching. I hate when the bears go out there and they go, all we want is this. But in reality, they want to get underneath it, right? Then they want to get the failure of a new high in here, don't they? And then they roll you down over here and you got the triple top for a traditionalist, right? Traditional charter. You got your triple top now. You come down here, right? Boom, before you know it, you're off and running to the downside, and you're fulfilling the prophecy of stagflation for the next 10 years. So when you hear these people out there telling you, we want 4,800 right now, you don't fucking want 4,800. Trust me, you don't want it. You don't want to be down here right now. For your bull thesis to stay alive, you want to be up here as high as you can get. You want the money coming in for the crash puts to fund your run to the top. You want all these people in here, right? Because you've got the election volatility of election. There's no vol right now. None. So for this election volatility, you want these people to fucking hedge all of it so that you can take that money for the upside move away from them, rip it out of their hands. So this is the bull thesis as we come into June and July. Be very conscious of how low we go. If you're a bull, you want to maintain 510. If it was me, 510. Trade the 550. And then I don't give a fuck about coming back down here for the monthly. I want the fuel to run us up. Now, let's look at SPY really quick. Let's get rid of all this crap here. And let's look at a few things that are important to us. We're due, aren't we, for a correction, aren't we? You see it? The weekly, we got a lower low, higher or lower highs on weekly velocity. This implies a big correction's coming. But in a positive light, what really does matter is that monthly. And this monthly is just getting started right now. Just getting started. Not quite at these peaks yet, are we? It's prior peaks, right? Before crashes. We're not there yet. So the bulls still have it at this point. We're not at a top yet on quarterly either. So are we due for a crash? Nope. We're not due for a crash. See him back here? So my point to you here would be, if you are a bull, pay close attention to this 5,000 area down here. Pay close attention to this. Does that 5,000 hold? Does 510 hold? Does wait a minute. Yeah, hold on here. Does 505 hold? Does this zone right here, does this zone right here hold for higher highs? And as long as we stay above this monthly trigger, we're in a bull run. If price begins to break below this monthly trigger at any point, we got problems. They trade that 480 down here, start breaking below, bull run over. I don't mind the checkbacks, but we already had one a year ago. We don't get these checkbacks on the monthly too frequently. In a bull run, at least, it's like once every 2 to 3 years. It's only been about a year, so I don't want to see this until end of year. I don't want to see a check back of this right now. None of that nonsense. I want to see us run a little bit higher and hotter and then catch our 6,000 to the upside. So pay close attention as we start coming into this zone, as we begin to correct into June and July, and where is bottom. Pay very close attention to this because the implications into end of year, into next year and the year after, and possibly even a decade will matter to the marketplace. Hold on, let me bring it back over to the main screen. What's going on, Jamaica? What up, Big Gus? So, if you're thinking about, like, where are we at, what matters, all that kind of stuff, are we going to hold 5,000? We're trading, what, 520 this morning on open. So, we're only 200 points away from 5,000, right? We ain't that far away, are we? 510, 505, 5,000, any of that kind of stuff. You start losing that shit now, and if we're seasonally going to correct in June and July, where's bottom? And you'll have sellers out there start with a narrative, right? They want to change sentiment, right? They want you as a market participant and others to just accept a spoonful of shit. Not a bucket of shit, a spoonful. And if you take the spoonful and swallow it, and then they bring you a plate of shit, and they go, here, now shovel that shit down your throat. And you go, wait a minute, it's a little bit too much shit for me. I don't want to accept below 485 or 45 or 5,000. And before you know it, you're underneath 4,800, and now you're looking at 4,400. Then you're trying to claw your way back up to what? To 5,000. And we know when we came into 5,000, it took work, didn't it? Remember when we first came into 5,000? Remember Jimmy Jude was on FinTwit going, you're not going to break through that on your first attempt, bro. Jimmy Jude's on FinTwit going to you, you're going to take a few whacks at it. And we did, right? We spent months trying to get above 5,000. So if they take that 5,000 away from you, you're going to try to tell me that you're going to fucking go back up there and take it back? Probably not going to be easy, is it? If you were a seller, you'd be defending that 5,000, wouldn't you? Pretty fiercely, huh? And so right now we're popping on down to 5,000. If you're a bull and a buyer, you should be defending it. You should be defending it as we come down into it. Because if you can't hold it, you know, that spoonful of shit and that plate full of shit turns into a fucking barrel of shit. And your thesis is done. And then you're walking into what? You're walking into an 18-year housing cycle. So, you know, it's important to pay attention to this stuff down the road and its implications. And these guys know all this shit. All these guys know this stuff. They all know. And what do the banks want? You guys know what the banks want? They love stagflation. Well, they love it. The more sideways a market goes, the better off they are. They don't want ripping markets. They don't want fucking crashes. They like sideways. Sideways, baby. Consistent, easy returns. That's why those guys trade Amazon and tickers like that. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. That's why we have hedges in the market. Stops true price discovery, wild-ass movements. So they might not get their stagflation, but they want that sideways and up and to the right. They do. So pay attention as time moves forward. Keep an eye on the next month and a half. Where are we at right now? May 31st? Not even the next month and a half, like mid-June into the end of July. Be thinking about, are we going to keep correcting into October? Think about, are we going to race down to 5,000 and bounce right off and trade 550? Are we going to bleed all the way down to 4,800 into October? Just have those things in the back of your mind. It's not something that you're trading. It's something you're trading price action, right? But keep it in the back of your mind. Put it in the back of that little, that brain back there. And be like, yeah, I'm going to pay attention to these numbers as we move forward. Are we going to staircase down into October? Are we going to race down and bounce off 5,000, by July 1? Somewhere in and around there. PMI not taken well, is it? PMI not taken well. Let's go back over here really quick to the trigger screen. Let's see what we got here. So we got this initial buy down below. Oof. Taking it way back down to the opening price. Rejected down here. Here's the prior low. See if they beat that. That's your pre-market low, I think. That's 653. It's after 6 a.m. We'll see what happens here. Come back down and test that daily trigger right now. 521.24. Oof. Parking the bus, baby, on a Friday. Woof. End of month. So think about that over the weekend as you can, as the weekend comes, as people come back into the market, as new flows come into the market this next week. They come back in on Monday. Just be chewing on the idea that you've got a bunch of stuff coming up in these next 2 weeks. You've got, see if I can get this stuff right for you here. Hold on. Let me read some of this off to you, what you got coming your way. Come on over here so I can see that. You've got on June 7th, the NVDA split. So that's a big one for you, right? You know already that new month flows are not going to want to buy NVDA on a top. We know that, right? So they're either going to drop it to buy into it for the new month flows, or they're going to dump the fuck out of it right on June 7th so they can park money in NVDA. You know that, right? This is not their money. This is their client's money, right? I'm going to get my client's money. I'm going to buy NVDA. I'm going to buy it at the top, like fucking point at the top. No. So I'm either going to buy it on a roll down, or I'm going to buy it, or before we get to the 7th, or in and around the 7th, I want to buy a dip there so we can get back up to that top again, right? So you got that coming up for June, regardless of how low we go afterwards. Just so you can say, hey, I buy you, Mr. Johnson. I did buy you into NVDA. I apologize it took so long. We had a moment of weakness, bought into it, and then NVDA runs back up again on its own, right? Like Apple did, Amazon did. What else do we have coming up in the month of June? I gotta look for it right now. We've got we've got the Apple events. I don't know where it is here though. We've got. So I'm gonna tell you what else we have here. We've got the Apple event. We've got Apple WWDC kicking off, and that's on what? June 10th. So we've got NVDA on June 7th. We've got Apple WWDC on June 7th. We also have NFP and ISM services on June 7th. We also have CPI and Fed on June 12th. So we've got some big things coming up, right? Excuse me. We've got big things coming down the road in June that market participants are going to be looking for. We've got our start of month flows coming in. we've got Apple, NVDA, and then in June 12th, we have, let me see if I can look at that date exactly, make sure I know I get this right. I don't want to fuck this up. So on June 12th at 2 p.m., we've got the Fed rate decision. So big things, right, coming up from now into the 12th of June. 7th, 10th, 12th of June. I'm going to read a note to you right now. JPM, a quiet start to the week with NVDA, the clear standout, adding 7% and now up almost 19% since it reported earnings 3 sessions ago. This is an old note from the 29th. It felt like the stock has single-handedly propped up markets, begging the question, what happens if we see material profit taking in the name of or in the semis Mag 7 more generally? Should we witness that, do we see another 5% pullback? The short answer is yes, but timing remains tricky. And with Apple's WWDC kicking off on June 10th, NVDA's stock split effect on June 7th, NFP ISM services on June 7th, and CPI Fed on June 12th, investors seem more likely to wait for that data to hit before making a big swing. If so, then the onus may be on positioning. In their weekly wrap, Positioning Intel told us that while their TPM tactical positioning monitor has ticked higher, there are no sell signals being activated. Yet more generally, if macro data holds up, then positioning is unlikely to be a headwind for stocks. Last night I posted for you the vol skew versus SPX. And what was that showing us? That was showing us what? More downside to come, right? More downside to come. And then we also looked at the vol control gang. They expended all their vol control, didn't they? And we are also in negative gamma. CTAs are also coming into a point where there's resistance to them buying if we do not regain positive gamma. The gamma flip right now sits at 52.66, 65 or something like that down here. And they've rejected it once again into this morning. ISM data comes in, boom, sells it right back down again. Volatility, zone of volatility, wild ass swings. Target to the downside, 5,200. Local support also. So as you come into next week, the first 3 to 5 sessions, expect the market to trade sideways with volume. If you're going to try to make a trade into June, if you're going to attempt to make a trade into June as a buyer, JPM is implying that you're not going to get your 5% move in the beginning of June. So the idea here would be to place a call spread into middle of June, and then we'd roll down 5% once we get to that FOMC meeting. I don't know if I'm on that trade with them. I don't know if I believe that trade right now, that we're actually going to go up while we await Fed rate decision in June 12th. We wait for. Well, I guess I shouldn't say I'm not on that trade. I would say that today and the weekend is the only time that these like guys like Nomura or people from Nomura, people from JPM, GS that are trying or working this trade this week, they only have until Monday to get priced lower. Once that volume comes into the market is more resilient unless they're the guys selling on Monday. The market would be more resilient with that much volume coming into it. It'd be harder to fuck with dealers for lower prices. No, I've got the stuff saying the new flows are coming in the first of the week. I'll read it to you in just a moment. I've got them all coming in. Dealers are chasing today. They chase this whole week. Well, for two reasons. One, we have low volatile or low volume, and the second reason is because we're in this negative gamma. They're in a negative or negative gamma regime. What are you reading? Positioning is the key. Insider Dale saw smell something funky with NVDA for the 7th. They'll keep you savages posted. So let me know what you're going to do for this upcoming week in the chat. Are you going to position yourself long from today into the next 3 to 5 sessions for an up move into June? Are you on the train for stagflation? Are you on the train for a relief rally and then more downside to come once we get into that FOMC rate decision? Do you think we just start blasting down now? We get our 5% into Monday. I'm serious on that. And you get that drop into next week, right? You start blasting down today, blast down Monday. New flows coming in for the first 3 or 4 sessions. Selling, not buying. How do I feel about SPOOs right now? I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm not really a buyer here. I'd like to buy like that 510, 5,000, or even 485 with size. I'm talking about like a size trade. I think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that 5,000, 510. Maybe even 485 for a sizable trade. You're saying don't wait for that. Put on the call spread now. Catch all the theta burn over the weekend. Did you get the chart from me where I showed you when we're in line with yields and out of line with yields? We're in line with yields right now. Yeah, you want to take a look at Apple real quick? I think we should look at Apple. I'm interested in that Apple trade myself. I'd be interested in taking that trade. Yeah, I've looked at MBI on the show, and I've highlighted it in market briefs all week long. Specifically, I even looked at the 2 indexes or the 2 sectors that have not sold yet. So the two of the largest weighters in the MBI are tech and communication and telephonic services. And those are the last 2, unusual 2, right? Normally we cycle into risk on, and then the first that we cycle out of are communication and tech. Those are the last 2 holding up the market. I just read that too, didn't I, from JPM? It's like earlier this week we already went over it 2 or 3 times. The MBI indicator is showing that if we've rug pulled basically all the other sectors, those are the last 2 left to rug pull. Tech and communication telephonic services. And if those 2 get the rug pull, we get that 5% down move. We are. I already charted it out. So I do this. I can tell right now who gets market briefs and who doesn't. I'm not going to have double conversations over that. Can't. If you don't subscribe to them, I don't know what to say to you. Show you exactly the track of yields tracking and not when they're tracking and when they're not tracking the indexes. So that's my question is. So my question is into this week. I've got multiple questions. The first question is, Are we positioning for an upside move into mid-June? Are we positioning to sell down into 5,000, 48.50? Or do we grab more liquidity to the upside next week? We'll look at Apple really quick. Let's take a peek at Apple. Here's Apple on the bottom right-hand side, or bottom left-hand side of your screen, maybe. No big downside move on Apple. Lowest they got was 186.58. 30-minute basis just keeps climbing like a dog. Look at it down here. Whew. Apple hot again. No phasing, right? No phasing, Apple. What else is notable about Apple right here? Looks just like SPY, right? What else is notable about Apple right now? Looks exactly like SPY, except for what? This past week, right? They've been dropping SPY in low volume environments in the overnight, right? All this move down here on SPOOs is overnight action. Fake, right? Fake futures. Apple, fuck you, we ain't going down there. We're staying up here. We haven't sold Apple yet, have we? We got them coming up next week. Rotation into Apple looks like, doesn't it? Has a little bit more up to go if you look at velocity at least. A little bit of more juice it could go, couldn't it? Rip some fucking faces off. We're right about here right now. We're right about in here right now. Another push is possible for Apple to the upside, at least from volatility or from velocity's sake. Looks like it wants to get down and party, doesn't it? Price target on Apple, 200 for WDC. Buy any dip. Buy any dip on Apple for that run. If at any point between now and Monday, you can get 184, but I don't think you're gonna. I'll be honest with you. I don't think you're gonna get catch it. I think it's just gonna be like at NVDA. It's gonna rip fucking faces off. Currently trading 191, so that's a 5% move to the upside, right? Almost 4% move. Expected 4% move in Apple into their event. Nice little in the money call spread. Dated just after their event on the 10th over here. There's the 10th right there. Monday. Nice little call spread. Get out of it on the Friday before WDC. So there's Apple for you. So there's a trade for you if you're a bull. Do I have that written? There we go. Apple right there. Whoop. No weakness here, huh? You only got, the weakness you got in Apple was 186. Couldn't even get a back test of the cross. Bullish here, by the way. Daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger. Bullish. I would love for that fucking just one test right there. Would love that. Oh man, I would suck myself off if they got that test down there. 185 to 200. It's a juicy trade right there. I don't think we're going to get it. I think it's going to run it up. I doubt we get that. All they gave us was 186. They're like, fuck you, we're going up. So there's a trade for you like we had the NVIDIA trade last week. You've got Apple as the trade coming up into June. It's not linear and natural. It's parking the fucking bus for end of month flows. They got spreads out there they got to print. They were either going to print 530 or 520. They're printing 520s right now. Parked at 520.42. I wonder if we sit here until fucking 3 doing this shit. Make my eyes fucking bleed. We're going to start drinking early. I was thinking about putting a call spread on. Like June, like I don't know, like June 15th or something in there, 12th, 15th, right in the money or something like that. And then just let it ride and then exit right before we get to what? FOMC on the 12th. And keep watching today. It's Friday. Put on that nice little call spread. Let's go. Let's look at some call spreads. Take a peek over here. Even though we're inside high volatility here. Let me read some news to you. S&P 500 spiking after inflation data. Trading only 10 points below Gamma Flip. Core PCE, we already got that. What else we got here? Friday, headlines on Friday are dominated by the guilty verdict in the Trump case. Dude, Trump. We haven't even talked about Trump yet. We'll talk about that later. We'll get out. Matter of fact, I'll pour a bourbon and we'll talk about Trump later today. I'm not going to do it right now because I know half of you are going to fucking leave the show. We'll talk about Trump because it is important. It's important. First time in history, right? So we'll discuss it. I know. We're not going to do it right now. We're not going to do it right now. We're going to do it later today. You guys can exit end of the day. I get it. I fucking hate politics, too. Like, I fucking hate them, dude. Especially right now, especially this election. Like, last election, I started muting motherfuckers on FinTwit. And then I went back after the election and muted all of them. I was like, I can't deal with this shit. I don't think I've been more apathetic either than this cycle. I think, and especially after yesterday, I think my apathy is out the fucking window at this point. I was talking to a buddy of mine who's a Republican last night about it. We had a long phone conversation last night, and he's a Republican. And basically, he's a fucking Republican. And I'm a Democrat. But we are civil with each other. We don't drink the fucking Kool-Aid. We can be rational with each other and discuss things. Be adults. Doesn't devolve into fucking locking of. I went on Reddit last night and wondered Wall Street bets. And that fucking shit got locked down in like 2 minutes. There was like 14,000 comments and like fucking 20 of them were showing. We're adults here, though, so we can probably discuss it. We'll discuss the implications, that kind of stuff, as it applies to the stock market. So headlines on Friday are dominated by the guilty verdict in the Trump case. And this is the key point. While it is a major long-term wild card, it likely will have no direct consequences for the election. And if anything, will bolster Trump's lead in the poll over Biden. But we shall see. And we're going to discuss that later today because there could be material implications in this election due to what took place yesterday. Now, if you're a Democrat out there, you may have been like, yeah, man, this is fucking awesome. And then in the back of your brain, you might have thought to yourself, oh, shit. You know what? It's kind of like when you get, it's kind of like when somebody beats you up, right? You get punched in the face, bam. And that one time you get punched, your eyeball pops out. It's not just the black eye, your eyeball pops out, right? That guy gets convicted. And you're like, woo, guy's going to prison. But then you realize that your eyeball is still popped out. So it's kind of like a Pyrrhic victory in a way. Now, why does that relate to the stock market? It relates to the stock market because this conversation that we just had about where does the market go into the end of the year, and Jamie Dimon's implication of stagflation is directly related to the election cycle. If you get a lame duck president, Joe Biden gets the presidency again, right? And he keeps Jerome Powell as the Fed chair. And you've got Jerome at the end of his working career, right? You have a perfect setup for what Jimmy Berry likes to talk about, right? Where Biden doesn't have to worry about being reelected. Biden can institute policy as a lame duck that may not be favorable in the short or even long term for his next election, which he can't run again, but he can do the right thing, right? He can raise rates again. He can raise rates for 4 years. He can keep Jerome in. Jerome will raise rates. He'll leave solving inflation. His legacy will be the same legacy as, I forget his name right now. It's not coming to my head, but the other guy there in the 1960s that came back in and raised rates again and again and again, right? Now the constituency for Joe Biden is happy, right? Bob on Main Street, Bill on Main Street is like, hey, look, I don't give a fuck about the stock market. I don't give a fuck about your house that's now worth $700,000. I want to just be able to buy a house. I just want my fucking groceries to go back to $200 a week. I don't want to fucking pay double for a used car, more than a new car. I don't want my insurance through the roof. I don't want this through the roof and that through the roof and fucking lumber through the roof. I want to fucking be able to survive. That's how we get stagflation, right? Start to kill everything, kill demand. You kill inflation. Volcker, thank you. Jerome leaves with a Volcker, right? I'm a Volcker, baby. You'll remember me forever. I'm already rich. I just want to be remembered forever. That's what Elon does, right? Elon has everything. So he fucks around with the plebs. He wants to be remembered forever, right? These guys that are rich and powerful, they just want to fucking be remembered. They got everything else. Now they just want their fucking name enshrined in history. Greed, power. And you might benefit from it. Especially if you're a pleb. Now, if the base is reignited for Trump, you know what that means, right? Fucking turn that fucking printer on. Start cutting fucking rates. Crash this shit down to the depths of hell and let's run it up like a whore. Break out the fucking meth. Fuck the cocaine. Party time, baby. Let's test out those fucking limit down switches like 5 times in a week. Let's get your fucking $600,000 house up to $1 million. Fuck the pores. You get what I'm saying? So you're like, oh, I got a conviction, 34 felonies, reignites the base for these Republicans. Let's say you got 100 Republicans and 60 vote for Trump. The other 40 are out mowing their lawn or drinking at the VFW. Now they're fucking stinky. I'm calling my mom up. I'm like, hey, yeah, fuck you. Trump got convicted. You're a fucking loser. And she's like, you know what? Fuck my son. I didn't vote the last time. Now I'm gonna fucking vote. You know what? I'm gonna get my ass out there and vote. All of a sudden, you see 100 of them vote just to fucking spite you in their old age. So it's like this consequence afterwards, right? We're all cheering and jeering, and then all of a sudden, there's some down the road tail risk, and he ignites his base. So anyways, that's the Trump thing for right now. We'll discuss it in a day. You guys will have everybody exit the stream that doesn't want to fucking listen to this shit, because I'm sure you guys have some opinions or want to opine on it. We'll do it later today around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Think about that all day long. Think about the stagflation trade. Think about who is going to be in the presidency. Think about the implications of all of this as it stews. Think about the volatility that will be associated with it in the October downside trade that's anticipated. Another issue right now is the escalation of war in Ukraine, where there seems to be a shift in the West's strategy with unclear consequences. As the Financial Times is reporting, France is seeking to assemble a coalition of European countries willing to send military trainers to Ukraine as Western allies look for ways to speed up Kiev's recruitment efforts in the face of Russia's renewed offensive. Mega cap growth stocks are mostly trading lower in the early session, putting pressure on the tech sector. XLK was down minus 0.4%. I think yesterday it was down 2.4%. If you're looking to short two sectors, you're looking to be shorting XLK and XLC. Now we're going to look at a trade for middle of June. Down here at 520 now, right? I think we're there. Are we finally there? Check. Almost there right now. Almost there. So we're going to start taking a peek. See this local support down here? We're going to start taking a peek at a trade. You guys are antsy. You guys want trades like every fucking 2 minutes. You guys are like, I want to trade like right fucking now, Captain. I'm like, you got to relax. Chill. Okay, so we're at the local support at 5,200 right now. Almost there. Soon. Almost there. We're going to look at a call spread right now for the 12th-ish in and around there. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to. Just want to log in. Come on now, log me in. Okay. Let's go down here and take a peek. All right, let's look at SPY, SPY, and the SPOOS. Hold on, I got to log in on my Tasty Trade account here. Now, this is options.ai that I'm showing you. I don't have an account with these guys. I got nothing with these guys, but these guys, I like them for fast and quick and easy, especially for you new traders out there that don't know how to trade spreads. Easy spread building. It's very visual. I wish you could combine this into like a Webull or a Robinhood. Robinhood needs something like this. They don't have anything like this. I wish they did. It's very simple, right? Are you bullish? Are you neutral? Are you bearish? I'm kind of bullish here. So call spreads or call spreads because I'm bullish. Neutral, we've got what? Iron condors, iron butterflies. Bearish, puts, put spreads, credit, call spreads. Fairly simple, right? Click one of the buttons, auto generates trades for you. These are basic spreads, nothing complicated. We're going to click call spread. Not even a credit put spread. It's a little more dangerous here. You can get called away on this one. A little bit more complex. Select expiry. And we know that we've got what? We've got June 12th in 12 days. We've got the FOMC. We have events leading up into that, right? We've got the NVDA split on the 10th. We've got the Apple bullshit on the 10th, I think, or the 7th or something. So we've got some catalysts. We also have new month flows coming in for the first week of June, right? We got June 12th right here. Trading 520.83 currently. We're on the put wall right now. Local supporting gamma. I mean, we got to have some risk, right? No matter what. Sitting down here on the fucking put wall. Let's go 520. Let's go a little bit even safer. How about, what do we got down here? What is that? Take a look at that. What is that down there? Last known support, 517. Let's go look down here. Where are these last known buyers? We're at 518.21. 518.21, I guess. So 518. Boom. 530. That doesn't pay shit, does it? 569 for 631. Almost like they know we're going up from here, right? Max risk, $567. Max gain, 633. We get paid above 525. That's not that good, is it? That's not that good. 523. Let's check that one. 523 to 530, 271 to 429. It's almost as if they think we're going up. It's not that juicy of a trade here, is there? When do you get paid here? Above 525, you get a 100% trade. How much do you make here? Expected move. Yeah, profitable above. I have to get above 530 to be in profit. That's not a good trade either. I don't like that trade either right now. 12 days. Let's take a peek here. 525. 179 for 321. You know what? We might just rein it in a little bit. $521 to $525. That's kind of reasonable. To be in profit, I have to be above $525 though, huh? $523. $100 for $100. That's not too bad. $521 to $523. Maybe I just double up on this shit. Triple up on it. I only have to be above 523 by June 12th. I like this. I like this idea here. What do you think of that trade? Let me ask you in the chat. $100 for $100. I don't need to draw. I don't need price to go all the way up to 525 or 530. Those trades are almost 100% trades. Don't even need to get up there. That's not a bad trade right there. I kind of like that trade. If we squeeze up to 525, 528. I'll catch the whole trade, but I won't even have to worry about the time trade in this. This is options.ai. I don't trade here. I think the fills on this fucking website suck. I'll be honest with you. But I like how fast it is, fast and quick. It's really, really, really fast and dirty. I usually build a trade in like 2-3 seconds and then go execute it on my own platform. Options.ai. Sign up for an account. That's so like UX, or at least UX wise, it's pretty cool. It's fast. Catch some of that fucking theta burn. Do I think we're going to trade down into June 12th? We're going to get a 5% decline right here. We're going to trade 500 between now and the 12th. That'd be brutal, wouldn't it? All I need too is I really don't care if we like squeeze and then bleed down there. I don't need to be above 525. I don't need to be above 530. I can take high volume first 3 sessions, then a squeeze. Catch my money. Ching. And if they bleed this down, I guess the real threat here would be come in Monday, we blast down, and then it just gets ugly into the 12th. That's kind of rare, isn't it? Except the only fucking fly in this ointment here is goddamn tech and goddamn communication services. That's the only fly that I see in the ointment of this trade here. $105, and this thing ain't fucking moving, is it? Even with this blood right now and spoos, this thing's not moving. We're not going down like to $95 right now. We got blood right now. I'm going to keep this open in the background. If I can catch this at $100 and that at $100 in this weakness right now, I'm interested in this trade. We've got weakness right now in SPOOs. We're parked right at that 520. In the bottom right-hand side of your screen right here, this is Gamma. This is local support right here. You see it? So if we can get pound it down just a little bit more, get that spread to like $100. And what really sucks here is we're going to switch at some point from Robinhood to Webull, then to either IBKR or Tasty or one of these other fucking real brokerages, because today would be a good day to call up a broker on the stream and be like, hey, would you mind selling me that spread for $1 instead of $1.05? I'm serious. Can you please sell me that for $1? And see if they say yes. Like Robinhood, Webull, I can't do that, can I? I can't call Robinhood up and be like, hey, can I get a little extra on that fucking spread? Can I get a better fill on you today? You know we're coming down here, bro. Come on, just give it to me for $1. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. So we'll watch this price action here, and we'll see if we can get this down to $1, and we'll place a trade. We'll do a Friday trade for June 12th. Right now, I'm looking at 521, 523, but we can adjust it. If we can pound down price a little bit, we'll look at 520, 522, something like that, and see if we can run that trade up in the next week and not even look at it. The next 2 weeks or something like that, we'll come back, we'll cash it in. Looks like free money to me. Oh, is he talking right now? Yeah, I noticed last night on his he didn't freak out on Truth Social last night. He just said, I'm going to have a presser today or something like that. Or like today, like tomorrow, today. That he'd hold a presser today. I'm surprised he didn't fucking go ballistic. I was expecting a shit show last night on Truth Social. Right after I made that post on Twitter, he came out and said that. He's like, I ain't saying nothing until tomorrow. 34 fucking felonies. Fucking A. That didn't hit home for me until yesterday. I was like, 34 fucking felonies. Christ. Yeah, they shadow muted him yesterday for his own benefit to just fucking help a guy out. I mean, 34 fucking felonies. Fuck. I was talking to my daughter yesterday. I was like, they got the Theranos founder in prison for like 15 years. You think if that was you, you got 34 felonies, you'd be out the same day? No. No. You'd be in prison. 34 fucking felonies. Fuck. That's fucking crazy. It's got to be a record, right? It's got to be a record. I didn't check yet, but I wanted to see like what's the record for the most felonies. I know. And he's got more court cases, right? What does he got? Like 4 more fucking. He's got like 4 other investigation/court cases coming. Can you imagine having like 100 fucking felony convictions? It's absurd. I'm speaking from an absurdist point of view. I'm on a 30-minute basis here. Let's go to a 1-minute basis. Oh, now we're up to $108 and $92. They're taking my vig here, man. Should I just place the trade now? $107 right now for a fill on that trade. I want to touch the 5,200. I just want to fucking touch it. Just want to like kiss it. Just gonna be patient. Yeah, I'm gonna just be patient here. Just be patient here. Be patient. Hit 5,200. Be patient here. Just patience. Hate when I get left behind. I just want to touch that fucking 5,200 and then boom, buy it. You don't trade on that website. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to talk bad about them. I don't like talking bad about these companies. I don't like their fucking fills. And then the other thing too is you want to buy or sell each leg independently. You don't want to execute this shit together. Do it separately so you can close. Do it separately. Don't execute an actual spread. You want to open each leg independently so that you can leave the other side on if it prints, and you end up getting like a lotto ticket for the other side of it. Well, right now I'm looking at June 12th, 521, 523 call spread. So you're gonna buy 521, sell 523. or possibly, it's depending upon where we wind up. If we can catch this little, if we can catch this down here, maybe 520. Buy 520 and sell 522. Depends on where we wind up here. If we can catch this little down move down here. See it down there? A little bit more insurance. We're at the put wall right now. We're on the put wall right now. I don't see market participants here today. Nobody's here. There's nobody trading right now. It's only you fucking guys. There's nobody here. Monday, everybody comes back to the market. You might be poor. All the rich people are off right now partying. They're all getting laid. They're all sitting on the beach. They're all fucking. They're all having barbecues. And you're grinding. Nobody's here. Promise you. They're not even on the bus. They're parking it right now. Well, they're parking the bus right now. That's all they're doing. Parking the bus. That's it. Only the plebs are working. That's right. That's what's going on right now. Summer trade, man. We're in the fucking summer trade. I'm telling you. Yeah, I just want that one quick move down that V shape. Whoop, straight down. Execute the trade. Uh, 520, 522 would be another version of this if we can get down lower. 520, 522, something like that. No, they likely park it the rest of the day. I'm waiting for 5,200. If we can tag 5,200, I'm interested in that trade. We're close. I'm watching it down here. Right down here, 5,200. Keep your eye on that one. A little bit more blood down here. I'm expecting SPY or SPX tag 5,200 and then come back up into the close for SPY 520. Yeah, Apple's the trade for next week. NVDA was last week. Upcoming week's Apple. Hopefully, unless they dump us on Monday, right? They trap all these motherfuckers in Apple. Maybe we can get. You might be able to get a dip on what is it? 186, I think. If you don't want to buy Apple here, I would say set an alert on 186. And if you don't get the trade, don't get the trade. If you do, you do. If they can dump Apple down at 186, heading into WWDC, CCC, WDC, then you'd probably be lucky. Whatever you do, don't come to me on the fucking day of it and be like, are we long or short? The trade's kind of like now Monday. Come on, 5,200. Tag it, baby. It's almost like the market stopped, right? Mm-mm. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. It's 11:18 in the morning. Been here a couple hours. I'm going to walk around. I've got some knee issues from dancing. Going to take one quick break. We'll watch this play out. We'll sit around. It's Friday, so we'll have what we'll do today. This is what we're going to do for today. So we're coming into the weekend. I will spend a portion of for supporters and pro traders. I'm going to spend a portion of the afternoon with you, give you expectations into next week. So you'll get a rough idea so you can plan out your week for next week on the show today so you can place a trade before the end of the day, what the expectations are into next week. You kind of already getting the gist from me right now. You're looking for a dip to buy for next week and into the 10th. You know about the risk to the downside, right? So there is some risk here. Do they drop us 5% into next week or not? You're going to have to take your own risk on for that, but you are aware of it. What else? What else will I do today? So we're going to set up the pro traders and supporters for next week. We're going to take a look at some seasonality stuff for next week as an alternate trade for next week. What else are we looking at here? What else will we do today? We'll have a bourbon today. We're going to have a bourbon together. We're going to talk politics later in the day at like 3:30. Most of you probably won't want to be here for it because you probably hate each other and want to kill each other because we can't seem to control ourselves these days in any kind of political context. It will be directly related to the stock market, though. I want to gauge your opinion on what you think the implications are on a Biden presidency or a Trump presidency and how it relates to the stock market. So it's not going to be a fucking free for all. Like, fuck you, you suck, Democrat, Republicans, you suck. I hate you too. This is more or less going to be a discussion around 3 o'clock, 3:30, relative to implications in November. So 2 p.m. we're going to do setting up the rest of the week. 3 p.m. if you want to be like, fuck you, Cap, I'm out of here. We're going to talk politics and its implications in the market. So what time is it right now? It's 11:20. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm assuming we're going to get a move around 1 o'clock like we normally do, right? 11:30 and 1 p.m. every day. We get some moves. So we'll come back here from a break. We'll trade the rest of the day, try to set up a trade between now and that time period, 1:32. And then from 2 p.m. to 3, we're going to set expectations for next week. And 3 p.m. we'll do politics. I fucking hate talking politics. Hate keeping you guys from wanting to murder each other. I can't stand that it's gone there now. I really can't. It really sucks. It's all the internet, right? It's the fucking internet. Fucking gross. I can't even have spend holidays with my family now because of it. It's like, oh fuck. I agree with that. Discourse is the tool of an intelligent society. You know, the sad part too is we're all learning technical stuff now and not the humanities. We're losing the humanities at the same time. So smart people are choosing not to get degrees in the humanities. So they'll get like a tech degree and then try to sound smart, and they're not when it comes to the humanities. We need more kids to become writers, thinkers, philosophers. I was just talking to my daughter this morning about that. My daughter is likely going into finance. And oh God, I get this I don't want her to be poor. But there's a fair, if I tell her, like, you should go to the humanities, sweetheart, she could become pretty fucking poor, huh? This is Captain Jim James used call out down here, by the way. That's at 515, 516. I don't know if we can get down there, but. She wants to go into finance with her dad. Someone just said, there's your 520. Are you buying? Okay, let's talk about it again, all right? Here we go. You ready? I'm going to show it to you one more time. I'm going to show it to you one more time. Do you see this right here? I'm just going to leave this up for you. Should I just leave the stream right now and just leave it for you? Should I just leave it right here and not move? It's right here. Here, I'll just do this for you. I'll make it simple for you. It's right there. Does that work? Right there. Right there. Should I just leave this up and walk away for a half an hour and come back? That's what I want. Am I going to get it? I don't know if I'm going to get it. I don't know if I'm going to get it. I don't know if they're going to give it to me. I want 5,200. I know Bookmap's showing you that's bottom. I'm fucking greedy right now. I'm being pretty fucking greedy. I want that last tick. I want that last fucking tick down there. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Ooh, 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 ooh. So I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. We'll keep watching. I'd really like to see, like, the bounce. That little squiggly line they keep drawing in down here. Like that. So take a quick break. We'll watch and wait and see. Hopefully it doesn't leave me behind. And, yeah, if we get down there, we get down there. Yeah, I want that little tick down here. I want that little fucker right there. I'll make that white. Right down there. That's where CJJ's cheap call out is, anyways. So we'll watch it, pay attention to it, and I'll be back with you guys in a few minutes. I gotta get up. Like I gotta walk around. I'm like out of shape. I'm fucking gonna die of a fucking heart attack if I sit in this chair. Catch a fucking. Let him catching a fucking. What do they call those things? People get people work in offices and shit. They get like blood clots in their legs and shit like that. I've never sat down this much in my life. Yeah, dude, blood clots, nasty shit. So I'm gonna get back up. I'm gonna do some weightlifting and shit like that. I'm gonna drink a pound of fucking glass of water, and I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. I'm gonna turn the rotating charts back on for you too. I know. Oh, you know what I was I'm thinking about a new office again. So I'm thinking about a new office, and in this new office, I was thinking about a stand-up desk. Well, I was thinking about getting like a big slab of wood, and then like buying a unit that I could go up and down with. And that conversation with my daughter this morning, I was thinking about making her a space in my office and having her in here with me. Yeah, it's a conversation. It's a developing conversation. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like a big old fucking slab of wood and have it be able to come up and down. So if I want to sit down, I can. If I want to stand up, I can. Winky. Why are you being so logical? Why are you being so logical, Winky? Let me ask you, Winky. I didn't know you were here. Let me ask you a question. If we touch 5,200 in SPX, are you interested in buying the market, or are you concerned with a rug pull on tech sectors, tech and communication services sector? Exactly. To do it yourself, I bet they got to sell something, right? They got to sell like the frame or something, and then you just put the piece of wood on top. If Amazon approached me for TwitchCon, would I go? You know, I've been approached in the past. I've been approached by one serious big podcast. I was approached by one podcast, and I declined. I declined because my wife and children matter to me. I don't. I'm a pretty grounded guy in real life. I don't think I want that in my life or that environment. Would I go to TwitchCon? Yeah, I have to clean up my swearing. I still have work. I'm working on it. I mean, I've been doing this for now. I'm like coming into this spot where I probably could become a good podcaster. And they look for people in my situation where you're not there yet, but you're almost there. You're kind of there, kind of getting there. But I don't know that I want to go there. I think I want to stay. I kind of like it where we are right now. 2,000-3,000 people. Like right now, I think we're getting like depending on the day, we get like 3,000 to 5,000 viewers consistently. About 3,000 to 5,000 viewers a day, but then we have restreams that are like for another 5,000 to 10,000 people. So we get upwards of 15,000 views a day. And we haven't started restreaming in other places yet. Like I haven't started streaming on TikTok or Twitter. And there's another place or two we wanted to stream. And then I have another guy. Actually, I said I've only been approached twice. I got approached by a guy from Europe too. I've had two major proposals. One of them was a service in Europe where they wanted me to stream in Europe to people at the same time or something, and I said no to that as well because they actually sent me a proposal, and I didn't like the proposal. They would own my content, and I didn't want them owning my content. That's another whole side of it too. We could become that, couldn't we? Who said that? Nuck and Futz? If we wanted to, dude, we could turn it into something, huh? Start flying people in, having interviews. We could legitimately turn this. We're at a point where we could. People think that it's weird, too, Nuck and Futz, because we're at that place. It's weird. People think that so like what we do here, right? The show that we do. If you have like the life of a show, they come looking for you right around here. They don't want you here. They don't want to be like Joe Rogan on his way up or Joe Rogan at the top. They want Joe Rogan like right in here. Not that I'm Joe Rogan, but they look for people like me right around where we are. Like, can they become that? You know who taught me that shit was Winky. Winky, like I didn't believe Winky. I owe all of this to Winky, by the way. Like, I got to tell you guys something. Like, well, I should say not all of it. Like, Joe Donut was the instigator of all of this. He's like the brainchild. But then Winky, uh, I love Winky forever. Winky, I will always look up to Winky for the rest of my life. Because Winky has explained so much to me over the years. I didn't believe Winky. And through the whole process, Winky held my hand to say, do you realize, like, I don't talk about this publicly on stream, Nuck and Futz, but I rarely talk about this stuff. But behind a closed door, I thought, so like YouTube, I don't have a lot of followers on YouTube because I don't record videos. If I ever switch to, or if I ever add in recorded videos, I'd get huge followers. But the other thing too is you start scaling, right? So like on YouTube, once you hit like 10,000 followers, you start getting like 12, 15, 20, 30, 40. It just grows exponentially. But Winky, Winky turned me on to Twitch, and I thought Twitch was garbage. All right, not garbage. I just didn't know, and I was ignorant. Didn't know what I was talking about, doing and that kind of stuff. And then Winky was like, he's like, do you have any idea how many people start streaming and never have followers? He's like, they never get more than 5 followers, 10 followers, even 100. Guys will stream for like 2 guys, girls, whatever. They'll stream unless you're like showing your titties or your ass or something. You'll only get like, you could go 3, 4, 5 years and have maybe 100 people, 200 people following you, watching the show or whatever. And I'm grateful. I have my followership on Twitch, if you were to compare it to YouTube, the same numbers, we're like the number 3 or 4 show on Twitch and for finance right now. Yeah, Winky's brought me along, and like for Twitch specifically, we're like rock stars. We'd be like one of the number 1 shows on YouTube in terms of viewership and stuff like that. It's baller. So would I do it? I don't know. Nuck and Futz. My first responsibility is to my wife and children. My second responsibility is to you guys. I wouldn't want to lose you guys as my family. You guys mean more to me than any of that shit. Fame or 1 million followers or 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, any of that kind of shit. I'd rather it just be you and I. Seriously, no joking. Yeah, fuck yeah, Darth Molly, dude. For real, that's for real. That's no joke, man. You're like literally my family, dude. Yeah, definitely. You guys. I'm actually surprised I haven't had like a. I was thinking about this recently. I'm actually surprised I haven't had any kind of tragedy. I had tragedy when I first started streaming with you guys. I lost 2 family members to COVID, but I didn't bring it on the show. I didn't know you guys well then, but I haven't had any tragedy since then. And I keep thinking about it. I'm like, am I gonna have something bad happen while I'm on the show? And it's gonna come out in the show at some point. Like go 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. You're like due for something bad to happen. All right, Nuck and Futz, go on break, brother. So yeah, I don't know, bro. Let's talk about it when I get back. Nuck and Futz, bring it back up. What are your thoughts, Nuck and Futz? When we get back, Nuck and Futz, you tell me what your thoughts are. I want to, because I actually have an idea. So I want to bring it up to you. And I want to know what your ideas are. I love you too, Ruffles, man. All right, I'll be back here in just a few minutes. Give me like 15 minutes. I'm gonna get up, jump around, all that kind of stuff. Look at this. It's like V-shaped, doesn't it? You're not gonna give me 520, are they? This looks V-shaped to me. What's the 5-minute volume right now? Hold on, I gotta check this out. Give me one quick second. Anybody see the volume on that spike? What's the 5-minute volume on that fucking spike down there? Nah, it's not that much. Still garbage. 15-minute, what's that spike? That's 1.2 million right there on a 15-minute basis. I want more. On a 5-minute basis, I want like 3 to 5 million. I'm not convinced yet. So it's still not ready for me. All right. Give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, I'm looking for that big volume spike. Boom. Auto buy. All right, back with you guys in just a bit. I'm gonna put on the. Oh, here's the other thing. I got rid of the news squawk. Or it ran out, and I want to put on Financial Juice again for just the next week, and just digest the two of them, and then we're gonna try trade the news afterwards, and then redigest Financial Juice again for another week, and then make a decision on we're gonna go with News Squawk, trade the news, or Financial Juice for the News Squawker. So I'm gonna turn that back on for you. And I have another question for you guys. We have a CNBC Pro subscription. I haven't been too happy with it. Do you guys want to try out Bloomberg? Like Bloomberg TV? And let the CNBC one run out and try that one out just for a month and see what happens for a voice in the background? What do you guys think about trying out Bloomberg? Yeah, you're with that. Anything is better than CNBC, right? There's also, I used to live in New York, and there was what didn't CBS have a financial news show on, the radio show on? I thought CBS had something when I remember it when I was in New York. I thought they had something. Yeah, CNBC is fucking awful. It is so fucking awful. It's so trash. I want like a I'm just looking for like a news stream to fill the air when I'm not here. Yeah, I want like someone just spouting off the news in the regular. I thought CBS had something where it was just like headlines, audio financial news headlines consistently. I don't know. It's been years. I lived in New York. God, long fucking time ago. I don't even remember when I lived in New York. 96, 97. I don't know. I had an internship in New York City. Externship in New York City. I shouldn't say an internship. I had an externship in New York City. No. Fuck no, dude. I paid. The squawk that I had on is News Squawk. That shit's like $400 a month. It is expensive as fuck. And now I'm gonna go to another expensive one. Trade the news. But I let it run out because I don't think that. So here's my deal. I wanted to try News Squawk because I think I tried it years ago, like on a free basis, and it wasn't the full News Squawk. So I was like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna get it. So I've been paying for it now for 2 months, and I don't think it's as fast as Trade the News. Trade the News, man, has so like I don't like trading the news per se, but if something happens unknown to the market, they're normally the first ones to have it. And I mean before anybody. Anybody on Twitter, anybody in the news, they pay for the actual wire service, and they just fucking read it right off to you. So like if somebody dies or a war starts, you know it before any market reaction. Some stuff they don't get first because everybody gets it. Like you might get like numbers or something that everyone has access to. But like if something if it's breaking across the news wire, before anyone gets it, you hear it. So that's valuable. Yeah, Trade the News. So we used to have Trade the News a few years ago on the show, and we have saved our asses at least 2 or 3 times. At least 2 or 3 times where news dropped, and within 5 to 15 seconds, the market caught wind of it. The banks did, and all of a sudden, the market was like whoo, down to the depths of hell. Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Trade the News is no fucking around. Those guys are baller. They're better than a terminal. They're better than a fucking terminal. Well, they're that goddamn good. Those guys are fucking baller. I got to give them respect where it's due. You can listen to that. You can literally listen. You could be on this show, listen to that news, and just make posts on Twitter, and people would be like, "How in the fuck do you know that?" Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna go take this break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put on CN bullshit again for you. Financial Juice is on too right now. I don't see any difference in Financial Juice and News Squawk. I'll be honest with you. I put Financial Juice on yesterday and the day before. I turned off News Squawk, and I'm not seeing anything special different.
To improve.
It is this really weird debate about being margin rate dilutive, but margin dollar accretive, right? The two things can be true.
The two things can be true, and as David reported, it could also be, when it comes to their sales organization, dealing with one customer, for instance, and trying to secure that customer. But as far as the AI story, which is why the stock had run up so much, and that's another part of potentially why it's down so much today, I mean, that appears to be intact with the backlog of $3.8 billion from $2.9 billion the previous quarter. And she noted we've only been sort of doing this AI server business for the last 3 quarters and already ramped it to almost a $3 billion business. Also noted the holistic improvement in the portfolio, including the growth in the commercial PC business, which also came back this quarter.
Yeah, coming off of the 3rd worst day for tech versus the S&P yesterday. Meantime, another AI misstep for Google is coming to light. It's now scaling back a new AI search tool that it had unveiled just a few weeks ago after many users reported getting back some questionable and bizarre results. Deirdre Bose is all over that today in today's Tech Check. Hey, Dee.
Questionable and bizarre is right, Carl. So Google responding in a blog post last night from its new head of search, Liz Reed. The post titled "About Last Week" addressed those results as part of Google's broad rollout of Gen AI answers to all of its American users, eventually in other countries as well. It told users things like eating rocks is good for you, or suggested non-toxic glue to thicken pizza sauce. Reed explains that they tested this feature extensively, but, quote, "There's nothing quite like having millions of people using the feature with many novel searches." She said that there's been a large number of faked screenshots that have gone viral, topics like leaving dogs in cars, smoking while pregnant, depression. She says those never actually appeared. But her post does walk us through how the new system works and how other overviews, like the endorsement of eating rocks, how that made it to the top of a Google search. Now, amazingly in this case, it originated as an Onion article that was republished on a geological software provider's website. So in a weird roundabout way, it was considered credible. Google is now, though, making over a dozen technical changes aimed at improving this system. The setback, though, here's the big takeaway. It underscores the importance of training data in generative AI. Just yesterday, we saw OpenAI sign content deals with The Atlantic and Vox Media. The idea being that more credible sources leads to more credible outputs from chatbots, less mistakes. A deal with Reddit, for example, versus a deal with The Atlantic, that's going to give the large language model different characteristics. And ideally, you want as many sources as possible, but many deals still need to be cut, figured out, and the algorithm will still have to decide which to draw on for different queries. There's another takeaway here, guys, for investors, and that is that since ChatGPT arrived on the scene, Google's been criticized for moving too slowly, but now, and this is another example of it, we're seeing a faster, more nimble Google that is willing to disrupt its traditional search and make mistakes along the way, which is exactly what happened here. And if you look at what happened with the image generator a few months ago, you saw a big sell-off on that. The stock has largely been in line with the rest of the market.
Why do these mistakes happen? Is it because of who's doing the inputs or where the sourcing of the information comes from, and how do they get fixed as this technology evolves?
All of the above. So what the post said is that many users are asking questions like, for example, eating rocks was never a Google search in the last 10 years. It spiked with this example, and we saw this with ChatGPT as well and Gemini. People are trying to kind of make the system trip up. They're asking new questions that perhaps hadn't been asked before. And then the algorithm is looking through Reddit threads, it's looking through news organizations, it's looking through Wikipedia articles, all these things to try and find the best answer, and it's not always going to get it right. In the case of the eating rocks one, right, that came from an Onion article that was then published on a legitimate website as an example and kind of as a joke, and then the algorithm understood that to be credible. Or the pizza using non-toxic glue to make your pizza thicken. That's Reddit. Remember that Google signed a big deal with Reddit to access its content? It's not always going to give you the most accurate answer.
Yes, the machines are still learning, Dee. Pretty fascinating. Thanks a lot, Deirdre DeBosa with today's Tech Check. Yes. Still to come, the CEO of the cybersecurity company SentinelOne stocks down 15% after cutting its guide. We're back in a couple. Watching shares of SentinelOne today, the cybersecurity firm's Q1 better than expected on the top and the bottom line, but shares are down, as you can see, after lowering its revenue guide for the year ahead. Joining us in a CNBC exclusive today is SentinelOne CEO Tomer Weingarten. Tomer, welcome. I guess the stock reaction is not unfamiliar given what's happened to other names this week, but the larger point is it doesn't sound like you're changing your expectations for the story as far as the macro factors go.
Yeah, and first of all, thank you for having me, Carl. It's been just a slight, adjustment on our end. I mean, we took down our guidance about, 1%, less than 1%. Overall, the company has been growing phenomenally. 40% growth in this market is pretty astounding. And we coupled that also with very significant improvement on the bottom line. Free cash flow positive. I mean, to 18%, of points of margin. That's incredibly impressive. It's a rule of 58 company. So all in all, we're very pleased with our performance, especially in this macro environment. But there's no question that buying habits are changing, how customers are evaluating software, that's changing. AI is transforming what the outcomes should look like for customers. So all of that, we're just trying to factor in. We're improving our go-to-market, we're readjusting, and we're just getting better.
Right. You guys and the street trying to understand, I guess, the mentality of a CTO or a CFO trying to make some hedges here, take into account their own headcount growth rate and so forth. What do you think they are looking for in the way of answers to those questions? Is it about more firm use cases, or is it about price or something else?
I think it's mostly about outcomes. I think that, we're shifting away from this very, promise-driven, marketing-laden type of software selling. And people are just trying to parse through the noise. They're trying to understand, okay, what does this technology can actually create for me? Am I getting more secure? Is the outcome of my environment going to be better by using this piece of software? Obviously, in cybersecurity, I mean, you're seeing vendors with billions and billions, multi-billion-dollar valuations, but we still hear about all these breaches. And this is outside of just endpoint security. It's across network security. Everybody's selling cybersecurity, yet the outcome doesn't really change. So I think for us, I mean, just focusing on securing our customers has been a really great North Star, and that's something that just guides us through the year. And it leads to great performance. I mean, in the past couple of years, if you zoom out from quarterly performance, SentinelOne had outperformed almost every single software company on the public market, both in terms of growth and margin improvement. So, we feel like we're doing what's right, for the customer is just a really good compass for us.
What about AI? How does that change the customer's focus, and how do your solutions stack up versus some of your primary competitors like a CrowdStrike or Microsoft?
Yeah, I mean, SentinelOne has been an innovator in AI for the past 10 years. We were the first company to put AI to work in cybersecurity in a highly actionable way. We have the most autonomous system out there. It does what it does with no human intervention. That's very different than what both, our peers are doing. And when you think about what's happening right now, it's very clear that AI is going to consolidate away point capabilities. Instead of deploying more and more controls into your environment, I think it's really clear that you can replace all of those with just better and more fine-tuned algorithms that can give you very, very similar, if not even better, outcomes. We just announced that we're opening another AI innovation center. We're investing, more and more in our AI development. We've launched our Purple AI capability, which really stitches together all of your different separate capabilities that you have today in your network and really deliver compounded value, driving cybersecurity across your entire enterprise. And all of that, once again, in a highly autonomous way that brings you scale. It brings you, what you're missing in terms of talent shortage. And I think that AI is really one of the best answers to how you deal with these breaches at scale. And SentinelOne is a pioneer in AI.
Finally, Tomer, does the shifting environment mean you'll also make some changes to the way you think about cost management yourself?
Absolutely. I mean, that's something that we've kind of signaled in the beginning of this year. In this quarter, I think we just showed how we can actually turn, and for the first time in the company's history, honestly, profit inside the quarter and in a very meaningful way. I think optimizing what you do, extracting more efficiencies, putting more automation in your own operations, I think that's the key to unlock more and more productivity. And at our scale, I mean, even though we're close to $1 billion in revenue, we're still very nimble. We're still, very adaptable. And I think that's key. That's key for the long term. So in this year, I think you're going to see a lot of different, aspects of how you go to market change. And I think that companies that aren't adapting are going to probably stay behind.
Tomer, appreciate that very much. Street's been hypnotized by the story all across the space this week. Thank you, Tomer Weigarten over at Sentinel-1.
Thank you.
Another big week next week of data. Also on Monday, we're going to get a great look at the state of the consumer from the hotel industry's perspective. Two big players, Lowe's CEO and Chairman Jonathan Tisch, IHG CEO Eli Malouf, both live from the NYU Hospitality Conference. IHG is Intercontinental and a whole host of other brands. And then we're going to get jobs toward the end of the week and ADP in the middle of the week. And that is a big focus right now, with now signals like today's PCE number that we're making progress again on the disinflationary front. The jobs, second part of the Fed's mandate, comes into focus as well. If we see more deterioration in the job report, it could speed up bets that the Fed will cut rates.
Yeah, we'll see if we can stay below 4% unemployment for the 28th straight month. I did also notice Goldman and JPM and Atlanta Fed cutting their Q2 trackers
on the spending data.
Back to the mid-twos, yeah.
On the spending, but still mid-twos is not bad
true.
for GDP at where we are in this point in the cycle.
Have a good weekend. Let's get to the judge.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour. The markets, as May comes to a close, big questions today about the state of stocks, the tech trade, and much more. Joining me for the hour today, Rob Sechin, Jenny Harrington, Jim Lebenthal, Brenda Vingello back with us here at Post 9. We do check the markets here on this final trading day of May. You do have the Dow Jones Industrial Average is a modest winner. As you see, the S&P and the NASDAQ are in the red at this moment. So we'll kick all this around today. We got something developing in just a second too that we'll talk about. But Rob, PCE in line. So again, final day of the month. Give me a little thought here as we had the PCE come in line. Stocks are trying to figure out which direction to go in.
I think markets are hanging on every data point, and this was one that they viewed as positive. But I don't think we should get too excited because Supercore PCE has been stuck in a range since November. Elevated, shows sticky inflation. I would expect volatility to continue. There's fading momentum, there's fading breadth. And so we are telling clients right now that if you need liquidity, you need to rebalance, take that money from equities. Now, at the same time, we are certainly not bearish. The growth backdrop, the forward earnings backdrop is still very positive. We will remain in a buy the dip mentality until, that's for clients with cash on the sidelines, until we see that break down.
Okay, Jenny?
All right. Here's what I think is going on. This happens to me an unfortunate amount of times. I have a glass door in my office, and I forget it's closed, and I walk into it. I think people do that with screen doors, too. And I'm walking along, I'm marching along, and then the door hits me. I'm like, whoa. I think that's kind of what the market's doing right now. And what we've seen is every time we've gotten close to 5,350 on the S&P, 40,000 on the Dow, the market just kind of bounces off the closed screen door or bounces off the glass door. And the reason is because we keep bumping into the math. Physics are preventing us from going much higher than that. And that kind of knocks us into a small pullback, which is, I think, where Rob rightfully says that's when you add, because there's a lot of positive things out there. But at the same time, the math is the physics of this market. And the math is and remains $250 of earnings and a 21 times multiple. That brings you to about 5,300 on the S&P. And it's very, very hard to get past that. So I think we need to just expect to keep bouncing off of that, come back. The other thing I like to think about is how much churn there is beneath that surface. So even though the surface is pretty tame, underneath it, we're seeing incredible dislocation, disruption, and that's creating a lot of opportunity. So I think you can buy at the big market level when there's a pullback, or you can buy at the individual stock level when you're seeing pullbacks. There's a lot of movement.
Jim, private clients of Bank of America are taking profits, they say. They suggest the breadth is the worst since 2009. Clients are taking profits, the largest 4-week outflow since December of 2023. You've had the largest inflow to bonds since March of 23. What do you make of that?
Well, you just mentioned the word breadth, and I think Rob did as well, Scott. And that's been on my mind a lot because the last 2 or 3 weeks, this market the rally has concentrated incredibly so. Now, the last 2 days, including today, you've seen actually a very nice broadening with small caps and the equal weight S&P 500 outperforming meaningfully today and yesterday. The problem is 2 days does not a trend make. This is an element where there are cross currents all over the place, and you have to decide as an investor what you believe in. I believe the economy is strong. I believe employment is strong. I believe profit is growing, and I put that all together, and I say to myself, the broadening is going to continue to occur. Inflation's coming down. The Fed will eventually cut rates. Just have to have a little faith here that the broadening will occur.
Bren.
Yeah, if we think back to even in March, we trimmed some large cap equity for our clients because we felt that valuation was getting pretty stretched at that point. And I think the same is true today, where to everyone else's point, yes, the market the breadth has been smaller and it's not widening out. I think there is an opportunity for it to widen out. So we have an overweight to small and mid cap in our allocations because that's where we think there is more opportunity. I think it will be very helpful when the rates actually start coming down for that group, given their overall need for financing and exposure to floating rate loans. But I do think it pays to be picky and it pays to be disciplined in this environment. So I'm not surprised to hear that B of A's private clients are reducing some equity exposure. I think you need to do that when you have an opportunity. And certainly if there's a cash need, now is not a bad time to take some chips off the table. And given the bond market now is pricing in a much more realistic scenario in terms of Fed rate cuts, I think the case for bonds has become more attractive.
You may, we've been working on getting a story ready for you. You may have seen some headlines that suggested Carl Icahn has built what was characterized as a large stake in Caesars. I can tell you, I just got off the phone with Carl Icahn a little while ago, just before we came on the air, who told me, quote, "I like Caesars and I own some stock." I got the feeling from talking to him that, maybe he'd dispute the characterization of a large stake. He's used to building really large stakes in companies. So whatever the size of the stake is, he made it clear to me that they do own some shares, that he likes Caesars. And I thought what was interesting as well is, at least as we stand here today, I wouldn't look at this as an activist play, per se. Obviously he's one of, if not the best known activist and investor of all time. But he made it clear that he likes the management, he likes the CEO, and that at least today, that there are no plans for activism in this name. Could that change? Of course, things could always change. The other interesting thing is that it's not his first rodeo, as some of you may know, with Caesars itself, in that we were talking about this back in 2019. When he had amassed what was then a very large stake. And remember, he was instrumental.
Just heads up, trying to catch a fill right now, boys and girls, as we get down here.
He knows Caesars better than most. He has made an activist play in the past. Contessa Brewer covers.
They're fucking not wanting to give me a fill down here.
Interesting news on your beat. If for, one reason it's Icahn, and he's been dabbling in casinos for, decades. And here he is back in Caesars.
Just heads up out there. I am trying to catch a fill right now actively. Wasn't able to catch it down here.
What's your take here?
Well, so my gut on this, and I had been playing phone tag with Mr. Icahn about activism in the casino.
Try it again.
And so when I got hold of him, and I just have hung up with him, Scott, following your phone call with him, my takeaway is that Caesars is undervalued right now and that it's on fire, and they've been setting record over record in Las Vegas.
The EIA report that crude production in Texas grew 0.7% to 5.6 million barrels per day in March.
Trying to grab 520, 522C, or call spread 520, 522C.
Eldorado's
522. So buy the 520, sell 522. It's hovering around like $1.03, $1.04. I'm trying to fill $1. I don't know if I'm going to catch it though.
casino space taking over the Goliath that is Caesars.
Then sign up
and
today
Carl
and get
Icahn
our
was very
special
clear.
Come on, fill this fucking thing.
On my discussions in the space with the executives there,
92%.
almost handpicking Tom Reeg to lead the newly merged companies together.
I'm not catching a fill right now, boys and girls.
My sense is that he's not going into any position in Caesars with the idea that he wants to change the way that it's operating, but rather
June 12th.
it's a good deal.
No, I'm not doing 23-21s. I moved down to 2022.
Sold out of the stake, I believe.
I moved down and strike.
$5 a share.
Farther down I get the strike, the easier it is to get in the print.
Thought he had sold
June 12th.
Jumped the gun, and now the stock is back.
Call spread. 522, 520.
35.59, and maybe just simply a good investment. It's a good value buy right now. As many of
More
the
from the
casino
EIA,
stocks
who noted that
might
crude
be
production
considered.
in
If
New
you look at
Mexico
Las
grew
Vegas Sands,
1.6%
if you look at Wynn
to
right
2 million
now,
barrels a
they are
day
getting
for the
no
month of
credit for the
March.
reopening
That's the highest on
in
record for New
Macau.
Mexico.
And what's more, they may be suffering from.
God damn it! I know you're just kidding, JBJ.
We don't know if we want to jump in there. We don't know what China's going to do. And so there are many casinos that might be considered good buys. I actually asked Carl Icahn on the phone about Penn Entertainment because there's an activist letter out today saying that Penn is not operating where it should be, that its bricks and mortar casinos are undervalued. And I thought that maybe Carl Icahn was interested in taking a stake in Penn as well. And he said, no, he doesn't own any of Penn at all. But as you can see, there are opportunities, and investors think that there are opportunities that if they can get in and make an activist move, they could make some money.
Yeah.
Drawn out with an arrow.
He has played what's been characterized as.
I'm pissy right now because I'm not fucking They're fucking around with the goddamn bid ask.
The old Fontem.
We're grinding down right now, and they're keeping the fucking bid at $1.05.
Quadrupling the money that he had initially invested.
Fucking pissy right now.
Some have called his deal with the Stratosphere one of the best deals ever made out in Vegas.
They have the fucking bid pinned. All this blood right now, and the fucking bid's been at $1.67, $1.05.
Here he is.
They're teasing $1.03. I want $1 on this fucking trade.
Continued boom.
No, I've been watching this shit for like 20 minutes.
One is going to continue out there. He doesn't necessarily think he needs.
I want to see some fucking blood in the fucking bid on the. I want to see like
where it is now.
A flex down to like $1 really fast.
So year to date.
Yeah,
they're not giving it to me.
Scott,
I think it's 20. I think it's 20. I think it's a 20% loser.
Pissy about it.
Which is probably leading to it's undervalued.
I mean, like, give it to me right fucking now.
He generally, looks for opportunities in.
These guys are fucking pricks without filling for me.
Reached out to the CEO of Caesars, Tom Reeg, and I asked him for his reaction to this report that Icahn had increased his stake in Caesars.
By the way, I'm going to snap a line here because this is.
Carl Icahn thinks it's undervalued. We can.
Put wall right here.
Intimated
EIA in this region also know that crude production in North Dakota fell 2.7% to 1.2.
What they say is the put wall.
Since January this year.
Are coming to an end, and they've got some money to
This is
spend,
bullshit.
and that may be put to good use in buybacks here. He has hinted that those are coming because of where the share price.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah, baby!
The cash on hand.
Come on, SPX.
So there may be buybacks here as well as increased stake from investors like Carl Icahn.
Fill it.
Yeah, there could be the nudge.
Give me a fucking fill.
Something like that. I mean, obviously he has history there as well, famously, really, with Apple.
Give me a fucking fill right now. Fill it.
Position where I think, if I recall correctly, he made.
Fill, give me a fill. Why aren't you filling me? They're still not filling me.
Years ago at this.
They're refusing to fill me right now.
The pushing and pushing and pushing for a buyback, and now Apple buys back more stock than I think anybody in the entire market. Jim Lebenthal's with me too. You don't.
Oh, I got to fill. I got to fill. I got to fill.
Yep.
That's the way you've been playing this space. What do you make of this news?
Well, I think he's absolutely right. I think Wynn is very undervalued, and Caesars
That's
even more
noting
so.
the S&P 500 extending declines now, so it's down 0.7% now
maybe
in
Mr.
the
Icahn
session.
is seeing the same opportunity that Las Vegas is
Nope.
going to gain.
Am I catching a fill here?
The S&P falling below, falling to around 5,200 as bonds rise after the PCE numbers.
Either today or yesterday. across the
$1.07 right now. Are you shitting me?
Rally today after a cool down in the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, reinforced hopes that officials.
Oh, this is utter fucking bullshit right now. Not wanting to fill me on this shit.
Down at the moment.
You know, to the concept of buybacks, and I've been saying this.
Give me a fill.
I've been talking about this. Wynn's been buying back stock. These stocks have not gotten credit for just how well they're doing, and there's always an excuse.
Analysts note that stocks giving up initial gains amid a sell-off in the S&P 500's most influential group in the tech sector, and as
I just have to buy fucking calls. So I'm going to do just be buying fucking calls here.
Overshadowing bets on monetary policy easing.
You know, I don't think he needs to be an activist here. I don't think management at either company or any of these companies are doing a bad job.
I'm fucking pissed.
Job. The stock market just doesn't give a whit, and eventually it's going to give a whit, even if it's just if it takes so much time for the stocks to be.
God damn it! Fuck you, Robinhood.
These companies operationally are killing.
I fucking hate you.
We'll continue to follow this. Contessa, I really appreciate you jumping on with us and giving your.
I'm fucking pissed
on this space.
Sure thing.
Certainly, as you're off the phone, like I was with Mr. Ike.
Why the fuck are people on Robinhood?
Joining us, and we'll continue to watch those shares, which are up about 12%. Again, Carl confirming to me a while ago.
I fucking hate Robinhood. Sucks balls.
Some stock.
I could be on the phone right fucking now, placing an order. This is bullshit.
Because one of the big stories this week really has been what's happened with tech. I'm not talking about with
fucking garbage.
With Apple, I'm talking about with some of the software.
You're on Robinhood. Get the fuck off Robinhood.
With us for a tech check here because Dell.
Oh my God!
Is the latest name to
so trash
in the market in a week in which
just call up my broker right now. This is bullshit right here. This is utter fucking bullshit.
Right, because it's not a software name. We knew the software was already bad, but now if Dell, if hardware can't prop up tech, then the sector may be in some real trouble.
This is straight fucking bullshit right here.
Now, Sentinel-1, the enterprise software nuclear winter this week.
Straight fucking bullshit.
AI just isn't generating much new demand or growth at the moment. As I heard someone put it yesterday, there's no AI S curve, but there has been one in hardware. As a sector, it really has been the counterweight in tech this year. Look at the IGV software ETF.
Straight fucking bullshit right here. Dude, this fucking website sucks.
Complex. So that is why Dell and Marvell may be the start of a new kind of weakness here. Investors are becoming more aware of the cost involved, even for the current winners in AI development. And chip makers are priced for perfection. So, Scott, maybe what you could call what we're seeing a reality check on the AI narrative started with Dell.
Utter fucking bullshit right here.
NVIDIA is lower today.
Yeah, no, for certain. Dee, thank you. Deirdre Bosa, I mean, Salesforce, ServiceNow, big story.
I can fill calls all day long. Spreads? Hell no.
Software, but nonetheless, if you're a tech company outside, especially of the Mag 7, and you miss, watch out. And I look no further, really, than Oracle. It's down 6% this week. Piper Sandler, Jim, it's your stock.
Yep.
Piper Sandler's out today suggesting they have 3 reasons to buy it. You think the sell-off is overdone, misplaced? What do you think?
It's catching.
Blasting through 5,200. Woo!
News. I mean, look.
Woo! And can't fill a spread to save my life down here.
Impact Oracle's.
All right, fuck it. We'll wait.
To the extent that NVIDIA is building out the infrastructure for AI, Oracle is next in line in that infrastructure build-out with the data centers that they're building and the cloud services that they're providing in those data centers. And I see nothing in the last 5 days that tell me that the demand for those cloud services.
All right, I'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Elon Musk and XAI, they just announced that they're going to work with Oracle in their cloud services infrastructure, and there's many other announcements like that. What's happening in the tech sector this week feels more like a give back after a kind of blow off top here. I don't think there's anything fatal going on in the sector, but especially not in Oracle, which never got one of these lofty multiples that many of these software names have. So to anyone who doesn't own it, and I will admit, I added to it last Friday, so yeah, I wish I'd waited a week, but all that being said, I think this is a great opportunity to buy the stock here.
Well, I mean, that raises, issues like Renaissance Macro's Jeff DeGraff is talking about today. Software, he says, from cracks to canyons. Maybe putting a little cold water on what Jim is suggesting about timing of buying stocks or not. He says at a minimum, the bar is now higher for holding software names as the strength of the group has now become more of a headwind than a tailwind. Now, Rob, I didn't mention, I could have mentioned Adobe on this list this week too. So you got Adobe, Cadence, Fortinet. How do you want to view what's happened this week in some of these names? What DeGraff is suggesting may continue to happen, but to an even greater degree.
It's an interesting conundrum because positioning and sentiment are stretched, and what it tells you is fine is not good enough. So when you have something that's fine, it tends to drag down things. You're seeing these names have enormous sell-offs because they're doing fine. You guide down on revenue, which is what has happened in a couple of the names that we own. And what there's a spillover to other parts of the market. So I do think we're in an environment where we've been so stretched that at the margin there's room to disappoint. And when there's a disappointment, these stocks fall quite aggressively.
Brenda, you have Adobe, excuse me, you have Salesforce, you do have Palo Alto. And you're out in the valley, right? Sandhill Advisors, right? So it doesn't get any more valley than that. On the Sandhill Road, I think people out there know what I'm talking about. So what do you think about this space? Should we be concerned?
Well, I think that the market got ahead of itself in terms of assumptions about just how much AI was going to drive top-line revenue growth for many of these companies, and now we're seeing that top line's actually slowing in some cases. Profitability is great, as we saw with Salesforce yesterday, but I don't think it takes away from the fact that many of these companies have a gigantic moat, switching costs very high. Many of them are storing a ton of data, like Salesforce, in Salesforce, and that's the type of data that companies are going to use AI to try to monetize a little bit more. So I think many of these companies are still relevant. So I would say, I would look when the dust settles from this week and maybe next, that I think there are going to be some buying opportunities here in the space.
Okay, let's talk about a couple of other stocks that are on the move away from technology, because it's a far bigger market, as you know, than just that. Our chart of the day is Gap, up on strong guidance. We don't have ownership on that, but Costco's in the news today. It had been slightly lower. We can take a look at an intraday of Costco to see if it's turned around after we look at the Gap, which was up quite nicely after this guidance. A week in which Kohl's was a disaster too, and we hadn't had a chance to talk to Jenny about that yet. There's the Gap reflecting what I'm talking about, up 27%. We can throw up intraday of Costco as well to see what's happened. It's not like the earnings, were bad. And the stock is down about 2.5% as we see. But Kohl's was a disaster. Yeah. We wanted to talk to you about it. What should we think about it from here?
So, okay, I think Kohl's was a disaster in a weird way, similar to the way Dell was a disaster, which is that the expectations were just too great. So you saw Kohl's up 12% for the month before yesterday. And the reason being is people were looking at things like Abercrombie, right, which had wonderful numbers. Then yesterday you had Foot Locker, Burlington, Best Buy. They all had wonderful numbers. They all have a very similar consumer base. So the expectation, me too, was that Kohl's would have a nice quarter based on that. In fact, they didn't. I'm okay with Kohl's. So when you say, what do you do from here? I'm giving it 2 more quarters. And the reason is because if you kind of dive down into what the quarter said, regular sales were actually up 2.4%. Clearance sales knocked the overall down by 6%. I'm okay with that. Their inventories were down 13%. That's really good. And they're expanding their Sephora brand. And they have Tom Kingsbury, who runs the business, who came from Burlington. I think with everything kind of outside of that clearance, I can give it a little bit longer. One other thing that's really important for me as a dividend investor is in the press release, they have like 6 main bullets. And in those main bullets, they said, we intend to continue to return capital to shareholders through the dividend and through debt reduction. So that's why I'm willing to give it time, because I think theoretically, either next quarter or the following should be more like what we've seen from Abercrombie, Gap, Best Buy, Burlington.
So Kohl's is down almost 25% year to date. Looks bad until you look at Lulu. Take a look at that chart on a year-to-date basis, because it's down about 40%. I know you own this. The stock reports, or the company reports earnings next week. Are you concerned at this point? Think you're going to hold on to this name? Give our viewers some knowledge here on how you're thinking about it.
So this was ill-timed. It illustrates the dangers of buying a name that's significantly off its highs in advance of earnings, and then them not disappointing on earnings, but disappointing on the outlook. This is a company that has tremendous brand awareness. We think that's going to pay dividends kind of prospectively. But we would be kidding ourselves if we weren't entertaining this as a tax loss sale after they report. Now, the thing that keeps us from doing that is they historically trade at 30 times earnings. It's a significant discount now at 21 times. We bought it at around 27 times earnings. So, you know, I think we got out a little in front of it, but we're not willing to sell it just yet.
You know, it had, I guess you could make the argument that it had always deserved premium, certainly in the apparel space, and it got that massive bump during COVID. The question is, coming out with greater competition from some privately held brands, whether the best days, so to speak, are behind this name simply because the landscape's changed from a post-COVID world and also from a competitive world.
I think the competitive landscape has changed. You talked about it the last time with Viore and the other stocks that we mentioned at that time. There's no doubt there's more competition, but here we are back at levels from a price standpoint that we saw during the COVID lows for this company. So again, if you're going to be a value buyer, you need some type of rotational shift. You need a catalyst. I think we may see some of that coming out of the earnings report. If we don't, we'll likely move on.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a break. We'll catch our breath. Up next, we have a trade alert. Bill Baruch. He told us yesterday that he sold Salesforce. Told you. Well, now he's taking the money and he is buying a new name. We'll tell you what it is next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
You got this.
I told you before the break that we have some business to take care of with that man right there, Bill Baruch. So it's nice to see you. You said you sold Salesforce. We documented how poorly that stock traded after its earnings. You took the money and you put it into ConocoPhillips. Tell us.
Yeah, ConocoPhillips just recently announced an acquisition of Marathon Oil, and the integration here, I think, is really excellent. Ryan Lance, the CEO of Conoco, talked about it earlier in the week that it wasn't really their plan. It wasn't really on the radar, but it came on the radar a few weeks ago, and they just basically couldn't ignore it and hopped on it. the integration here is going to reduce costs. It's going to bring in free cash flow right away, specifically in Eagle Ford as well as in the Bakken, where they overlap a lot of land. And it's sort of like a shale 2.0, where they're going to be able to go back into these wells. Between the two of them, there's about 2,000 wells. So I think the efficiency here, and where drilling is picking up in the U.S., I think this is really great lining up. Now, we only have about 9% energy right now. So I wanted to add this to increase that. We've typically, on average, had about 12% over the last couple of years. So I'm looking at that to get us where we want to be.
HOD, highs of the day for COP. You take a look at that. You own Conoco.
Yeah, we've owned it for about a year. It's up a good bit over that time frame. They beefed up their asset base, still trades reasonably inexpensively. They've got great operating margins, low debt, great balance sheet, high free cash flow. So it's a terrific business in that space, and they're one of the largest and lowest cost producers.
So you sold Nucor as well as part of your action this week. Why so?
Like Salesforce, Nucor was at our bottom 5, about a 1% position. We were down about, say, 10% or so on that. So 10 basis point hit to portfolios, just kind of, cleaning things up, moving that away, putting that cash somewhere else. I want to move on from it. Now, after I sold that yesterday, we've had Chinese PMIs and Chicago PMIs miss. So, the trajectory here, I don't think is too favorable. So I'm happy with the move for now.
Yeah, I mean, just when you think that manufacturing is going to work its way back, you get, 2 steps forward maybe and then 1 step back, or maybe 1 step forward and, I don't know, feels like a few steps back. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. That's Bill Baruch as we move to our calls of the day. Let's focus on Charles Schwab. Take a look at that stock. Price target gets dumped to 81 from 89 at JPM. Jenny, they cut their estimates, and that's following Investor Day. So obviously some of the commentary coming out of their Investor Day wasn't so great, and they made that move. Yeah,
it wasn't so bad either. So right now it's at 71. So moving the price target to 81 still suggests a 14% upside from here. And it's interesting because when we look at this, we think that Schwab's just trying to be really conservative. So what they've said right now is that they expect earnings of 74 cents versus...
just a heads up, I couldn't get a fill on my fucking put spreads.
Even when you look at
I did throw on some, what did I throw on? June 12th, 531 Cs.
Trading at 19 times earnings.
June 12th, 531 C.
Like consensus standards in 2025, 20% earnings growth after that. And by the way, that comes from the fact that there's going to be a huge reduction. Those earnings growth are going to come from a huge reduction in the high-cost short-term borrowing costs that they've had to deal with for the last year and a half, 2 years. So there's a lot of wind at their back. We bought this a year ago at $53. And so it's a nice upside since then. So when you take that all in context, I don't really mind a downgrade on the target to $81. I would love to have a 48% 1.5-year return. Seems reasonable.
Qualcomm, Jimmy, price target to 245 from 180. That's a nice bump at Bank of America. They see a potential to capture 70% share of AI-equipped PCs.
Yeah, and that announcement last week with Microsoft where they're using Qualcomm chips in their Surface tablets is pretty powerful. Sentiment on Qualcomm has gone way up. You can see that in the forward multiples now around 18 times, which is historically a little high for Qualcomm. So estimates are going up with it, and it's because of news like what you just mentioned about them being in AI PCs. Also, edge computing on your phone, that's where Qualcomm's going to thrive. That's a big growth area going forward.
Rob, what do you think of McDonald's here? Reiterated overweight at KeyBank today. Price target doesn't move. They keep it at $310. What do you think?
So we trimmed it on the show in January, reducing our position. Wish we would have eliminated the position. Had an 80% gain for us, so we didn't do that. We have paid the price with the remaining position. Here's the key to this stock. Everything has been driven, performance has been driven by price increases. We think those days are behind them, and so we would be careful here.
All right. Let's get the headlines now with Silvana Hanau. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Scott. Good afternoon. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin is leaving the Democratic Party. He announced today he will register as an independent, leaving the door open to a run for the Senate or governor with no party affiliation. Manchin said he is making the move to appeal to America's, quote, sensible majority. French officials announced the arrest today of an 18-year-old who they say planned to attack Olympic soccer events this summer. They say they arrested the man from Chechnya earlier this month. According to police, the alleged plan involved targeting spectators and police, and the suspect wanted to die and become a martyr.
And Tesla is recalling more than 125,000 cars in the U.S. because of a problem with their seatbelt warning system. Federal regulators say the system may not chime or give a warning when the driver is unbelted, increasing the likelihood of injury in a crash. Tesla will release a software update to fix the issue, Scott.
All right, Silvana, appreciate that. Thank you, Silvana. And now, up next, only 5 S&P stocks are outperforming NVIDIA in the month of May. Rob Sechan owns 2 of them. We're going to tell you which one's next.
A little bit of popping going on here. What's going on, man? Pop that bad boy up. Pop that collar, baby. Good. Pop that collar. There we go. Things perking up here. Yeah, a little bit of recovery going on down here at this little bit of recovery going. What's going on right there? Oh yeah, a little bit of turning around on that. A little bit of local support holding up down there, huh? Need a little bit of work there. Gotta get that little pump going up there. Recapture that put wall. On up there, SPX. Yeah, rub it. Oh yeah. Oh, rub it. Oh yeah. Up there. Oh, yeah. Oh. Ooh, yeah, rub it. Oh, yeah. Just a heads up to you, came down and slammed into the put wall on SPX. Got a nice little green bar popping up here. Couldn't catch a fill on spreads, so I did buy some calls for June 12th. What did I get? 531 C's. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a rub it. Yeah. Play with those nipples. Yeah, right there's a nipple right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Oh, yeah. Oh. Remember, puts don't pay. Buy calls. I don't know. I'm loading up down here, so if I had one thing I don't like about loading up down here, it's that it's not 4 p.m. You know, they fuck around with us sideways into the goddamn close. I don't like just holding calls here. I prefer the spread in case they do a bunch of fucking burn, but yeah, it's what it is. We'll wing it. Bubblicious is like, dude, Bubblicious, I need to have you on the show, man. Like, I need I need like a counterpart. I need a bear with me at all times, right? See, like a bear and a bull on the stream all day long. Have John L show up in the stream and just say fucking sell options. We need like a Theta Gang member and a bear on the stream all day long. So we can all fuck with each other. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, rub it. Now print me $5, please. Hell yeah, brother. Definitely. I want to get like a the one problem here, if you're trying to be a call buyer, you might want to be waiting for like 4 p.m., like 3:59, 4:12 in the afternoon, something like that. They park this bitch and they burn the entire day. It's only fucking 12:47. Do note though, we are coming into 1 p.m. If we're on an up day, typically we'll have the put mafia come in. If we're on a down day at 1 p.m., we typically get the vol control gang coming in. So just watch out for vol control gang stepping in this afternoon at 1 o'clock. It's now 12:48, so be careful there. Someone in the Discord mentioned Baba being on a bottom. Their daily velocity looks like shit, but their monthly velocity looks fucking great. Elliott wave counts say this is bottom for them. So keep an eye out on Baba. People are dipping their toes. Worst case scenario, somewhere in the 60s, maybe 65, 66 bucks. You dip your toes. Someone mentioned dipping your toes in and then maybe rebidding if it does go any lower. So keep an eye out for China stocks and Baba. So if you look at prior history with NVDA, right? If the thesis with NVDA would be that it is like when Amazon and Apple were growth stocks. So if let's pretend, not pretend, but the thesis would be that when Apple was in growth and when Amazon was in growth, you would have we have examples of a huge run up in, after the split announcement, and then a pullback, a major pullback, either just before, about 7 sessions before the actual split date, or 2 or 3 days before the split date, you get a pullback, and all of those gains that were lost were regained going into the stock split or a few days after, whatever. So any major dip in NVDA from prior history and other stocks similar should regain any losses that were made. We'll see if this holds right now. There could be some sideways action here into the close. If this does get lost, if this put wall does get lost up here, we are looking for a trip down to 5150, 5100 on SPOOs. That would be a big down day for SPY. Big down day on SPY. But this is the place where if you're a bull, be somewhere between here and a little bit lower for a trade in the next week. I'm happy that we're down here, I'll be honest with you. Any dip like this, if we go down into here, down in here, this is the 2 sigma move. So hold on here. Let's check something real quick. Let's check something out real quick. Come on now. What's going on? The fuck is going on? Hold on a second here. Having problems here. Uh-oh. Having some problems here. Hold on. Why am I having problems here? Reload this. Hang tight, guys and gals. Having some issues right now. Come on now. There we go. The fuck is going on? 1 week. Let's look at the daily really quick. Okay. Why am I on BABA right now? Because I was going to buy some BABA too. And a daily basis. 2 sigma move is 512, 514 on SPOOs. 512, 514. Woohoo! Riding high right now, baby. Come on up there. Squeeze up there, Spoos. Come on, Spoos, you can do it. Come on, Spoos. Why is my fucking camera not on? Hold on here. Fuck's this camera shit? Hold on a second. Look, I'm over here. I'm over here chatting in the fucking Discord. I'm all fucked up right now. I'm trying to chat in the Discord right now. I'm long, by the way. I'm over here blabbing in the Discord, and I'm not. I got the fucking picture up. I don't know. I just know that I'm long. I was gonna ask Winky if he was getting long hair. Or was gonna wait till 4 p.m. Winky, are you waiting for 4 p.m. because you don't get the burn or what? Winky? Let me see here what's going on. Winky's saying he bought SPY of 20s and 30s for 6.7. 520Cs, 530Cs. I bought 531s. I just liked I think they were like 96 cents or something. So I bought those instead. They're way the fuck out of the money though. Yeah, so Winky was loading up on 520s, 530s. I got 530s. I didn't add the 520s. I probably should have too, right, for the premium kick. Are you trying to ride that 520, 530 premium kick on both of them? I should have gotten both. If we go back down there, maybe I'll add the 20s. No, I couldn't get the I didn't grab the spreads. I just raw dogged it. I tried to get a fill on spreads, I didn't get the fill that I wanted, so I just said fuck it, I'll buy calls. I couldn't catch the fill. Well, the other problem too is I'm not calling my broker. I should have called my fucking broker. So whatever. I don't fucking care. It's where we are. So someone was saying buy Baba, and the daily velocity looks like shit on it. But it looks like it trades on its monthly velocity, and that looks bullish as fuck. So the Elliott wave count on the Elliott wave count as well on Baba is $76 as bottom, even on higher frames. So Baba is another option for you out there. There are people in the Discord going long Baba. You bought shares at the Dell too? I saw the Dell pump. I've been seeing that talk. I was pretty bearish on it. Everybody's pumped on it. Yeah, everybody's pumped on Dell. All right, so 5,200. Yay! Let's make some money. We got a bunch of events coming up, and I forgot another event. I was talking about, I talked on stream about 3 events, right? You got the split on the 7th. You've got Apple events. Is that the 10th? And then you've got FOMC on the 12th. And then someone made another comment in the Discord. They said they talked about the Tesla event on the 13th. Shareholder meeting on the 13th. So we got that coming up too. That's a lot of fucking events for middle of June. That's a lot of fucking events, man, for middle of June. So unless I guess we sell down. I guess that's your thing, right? If you're a seller, you're like, yeah, we'll sell into those events, or we trade up into those events, and that's the next leg down. So I guess you gotta pick a cup of poison. You pick your own poison here, right? Your poison is either we trade into those events and sell them for another leg down, for another part of a correction. Maybe we trade 5,000 for 85 if you're really bearish, or we trade down into them to 4,800, 5,000, and that's the first relief rally. Yeah, CVS, are they recovering right now? I like CVS down there. I like the idea of CVS and selling puts against it. I like that CVS trade. I like that. Do I only stream here? I stream on Twitch and I stream on YouTube. Though I want to start streaming, I think, on Twitter next. And then I didn't want to do it on... I guess Bork is talking about getting me some exposure on TikTok. And then we'd live stream on TikTok or DickTok as well. They don't want to stop loss, Baba. They want to dip their toes in right now at 76 bucks. And if it bleeds down to like the 60s to go all in. So they're starting entry right now on Baba. I thought there was a possibility of a drawdown, a sweep at like 63, 67. Somewhere in there, but because of daily velocity was saying that daily velocity is pretty bearish right now, but it looks like it's trading on its monthly trigger overall. So I want you guys to know something. Stock tickers and ETFs will be layered, but a lot of tickers will trade specifically on a specific velocity. Baba looks like it trades generally at its monthly velocity. So if you're like, you want to get bulled up on Baba, look for a major low in its monthly velocity, and you just long the fuck out of it. And it looks like it'll continue higher. So I'd be a little... My initial reaction to Baba this morning was bearish. But then after looking at it deeper and deeper, I'm like, the pullback might not be as strong as one would expect on daily velo getting bearish. So... there are guys in the Discord right now dipping their toes in for a long on Baba. It's closer to to bottoming than it is to just getting started. My only concern for me here is just time. Is it better to just buy it, close? Sometimes we'll have that insufferable bullshit in the close. I know I'm sitting here some days and it's like, I'll sit here with Winky sometimes, and we have to watch the whole fucking day until like 3:59 p.m. to buy a close. So this right here, this bump right now, is the only thing that concerns me about this bump is, are they going to drag it out until 4 o'clock? It's like, come on. Gotta wait. Finally get a chance to buy 520. Sweet Jesus, do it. Stonks Anonymous, what I did was I tried to buy spreads and couldn't get a fill. I can't fucking call. So I just bought fucking calls, man. Looks like some people bought verticals too. So, yeah, I am long though. There was a chance to buy. My only thing today that I have problems with, Stonks Anonymous, you might get another chance, dude. You might get another chance at the bell, dude. So, if they dick us around the rest of Friday, if it's like just a fucking sideways grind and shit, you'll likely get another chance, brother. Or just put in an order for something low and see if it fills at 4 p.m. Or come back here at 4 and see if they're grinding us out. No, 1 p.m. if we're up on. So if we're up on a 1 p.m., it's usually put Mafia. If we're down at 1 p.m., it's Vol Control Gang. It looks like they're stepping in right now, so. They just went even for you? There was a lot of horse trading going on down there. I was watching the chain, and they were fucking padding the chain down there. They were building premium out. So it was hard to even get a good price. It was difficult to find a good price down there either. Dude, like earlier when we were down here, like it was like 105, 107, right? 105 for a second. 107, 105, 107. 105, 107, 105, 105, 7, 4, 3, nope, no fill. That kind of shit. So I was like, we're not going to get, I wanted like a low buy-in price. I didn't find it, so. But I caught a fill, no problem on one leg. No problemo. So maybe I'll add the other side of it, sell some calls up here or something. Maybe I can sell some calls up here and build a better spread. Like sell the upside calls up here. Sell 522 right here and build out the spread as we go up. That's the only other thing I can think about doing. Catch both sides at the right spot, right? I like Walgreens too. Mm-hmm. I like buying all that DIA shit. Sell options against it. Pumping now, baby. Account is rocking and rolling right now. Account is fucking moving. Account is fucking green as fuck right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average. Sure, I'll take a look at it. Let's look at, how about we look at S-Dow first? Oh, yeah, look at that, baby. S-Dow getting rejected on the weekly trigger. You see it? S-Dow getting rejected right now on the weekly trigger. S-Dow should rip some fucking faces off. If you can take a peek at this right here. See that right there? So S-Dow's fucking pumping. Or what? Or not pumping, it's rejected on its weekly trigger. Keep your eye at home with the tool. Watch that. It's still not, I mean, the daily trigger's still coming up, though, in S-Dow. So, you know, maybe you got a relief rally here on S-Dow, then S-Dow comes up. S-Dow is the triple leveraged. So relief rally in store right now for S-Dow or for Dow Jones Industrial Average. Keep on rocking in the free world. Dare, dare, dare. Keep on rocking in the free world. What's the other song? Well, you play this one right now. There's your chance to buy a dip, boys and girls. Did you get to buy your dip? Did the Vampire Bulls come out and buy a dip? I think we got one more leg down, Winky. I think we get one more leg in June, brother. Amp it, baby. Amp it. No, watch out for, you gotta, if you're in 0 dates or something, they might pull this bullshit on you. There's another note to be made here, too. The half-hour trigger is crossing the daily trigger in a bit here, so be real. I want to show you guys something here. For all this, like, happy shit, bulls are out of the woods shit, I want to show you one quick thing here. See this half-an-hour trigger? Turn this off. We think we're out of the woods, and you gotta be careful. I gotta get rid of this fucking blue. Get rid of this blue. Just be really careful here. You get like the first pull up, bull trap, one last leg down, then you get your thing, your move higher. So be really careful of this half-an-hour trigger crossing the daily trigger. Usually spells another leg down. So watch for a rejection up here. This is a zone of caution as we enter it. If they're going to do that 5%, this is the place. This is the place right up in here. We are in a pullback right now, not a correction. We are in a pullback right now. We're on a 1-minute chart right here. We're in a pullback. We are not in a correction. A correction right now would be a trade to 497 is a correction. And a major correction would be, we have defined what we define here what a pullback is. Daily trigger is a pullback. Corrective measure is to a weekly trigger, and a major correction is down to currently 440. 440 would be a major correction. A correction would be to 497 today. A trade to the daily trigger is only a pullback as of right now. Now there is, I'm just going to remove this for right now to the side here. Now there is concern here because you've got the hourly trigger and the half-an-hour trigger coming down into the daily trigger. Now that could result in, 3-4 sessions of sideways bullshit and a roll down. So it's cause for concern for sure. It is cause for concern up here. If we get an hourly cross of the daily trigger, an hourly trigger, half-hour trigger cross of the daily trigger, that's pretty fucking bearish. We could start a pretty vicious move to the downside. So we want to pay attention to that, of course. We definitely want to be watching it. We'll watch it right here. Yeah, I mean, all I would say would be this: whatever you use for what a pullback is, you have at it. As long as we're above the daily trigger to me, that's a pullback for me. Daily trigger's the pullback. I can show it to you. As long as we pull back to it, that's a pullback to me. I guess you could call a pullback to the hourly trigger, but not for me. I have training videos for you that I've got a whole entire list of training videos. You can watch them all, and it explains to you what triggers are. Yep. Daily trigger pullback. And we don't turn into a correction unless we reject any break of the daily trigger. So you need a rejection and a new low. And then we would start a correction. Market is in a bull market if we remain above the monthly trigger. But there are videos that I've made that explain all of it to you. Intraday trend is any backtest of the hourly trigger. So as long as your price remains above the hourly trigger, we are on trend on an intraday basis. On the website, I've got a whole series. You can watch them all. Explains all of it. TradeTheTrigger.com. Sign up there, watch the videos, get the training. Intraday trend. So we'll start with that. Let's start at the beginning. Here, I'll just show it to you. I'll make it really simple here. Triggers. Let's take a peek. Daily basis. Nope, let's do a 30-minute basis. Make it simple. Make it really, really simple for you. You ready? Okay, here we go. Ready? You have intraday trend. If price is above the hourly trigger, we are bullish. If price is below the hourly trigger. If price is below the hourly trigger, we are bullish. Price is below the hourly trigger, we are bearish. If we are on trend, pullbacks to the daily trigger. These are pullbacks. You're trying to tell me we have corrections every fucking few days? Sorry. Pullback, 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 pullback. So these are pullbacks, daily trigger. Corrective actions are below the daily trigger to the weekly trigger. Major corrections are to the monthly trigger. Whatever ticker you're trading, as long as price is above the monthly trigger, we are bullish in trend. When we go into a bear market, like we did in 2022, we broke below. This is a bear market down below. Price is negative below the monthly trigger. This is bad. There are some other indicators. If you get across of the daily to the weekly, that's bad too, really bad. This is what actually instigates a bear market here. A cross of the daily trigger to the weekly trigger right there. That's the start of a bear market right there, and it indicates we're going to trade and break through the monthly trigger. But the trend is still up as long as price remains above the monthly trigger. Above the monthly trigger, we're still heading higher. So for me at least, and for everyone else out there on Wall Street, daily trigger is trend. Pullbacks are to the daily trigger. Corrective movements are to the weekly trigger, which that was a corrective movement. Boom. We have not had a major correction yet. That would be a break of trend on the weekly trigger. If we break the weekly and go lower, trade that up. At that point, we should be trading like 445 or whatever. But there is I do have videos on this if you ever want to watch them. So you can see how when I use certain things for you, say certain things to you, any of that kind of stuff. I'm ever like, hey, we're going to pull back right now. Hey, we're on trend right now. We're below the hourly trigger. We're above the hourly trigger for intraday trading, weekly intraday trading, that kind of stuff. Come on up and keep on squeezing. Regain the daily trigger. Keep on muscling on up there. Nope. There's been no cross of the daily trigger with the 30-minute trigger as of yet. The implication here is even if we break above right now, that there should be some consolidation around the weekly, or excuse me, around the half hour and hourly trigger above the daily trigger. Even if we break above here, there should be some consolidative, if not reject, consolidate. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, if you sign up on the supporter level, you can watch all the videos. I explain it all to you and the implications behind all of this stuff, what it means. It's predictive of future price action, predictive. What to expect in the future if certain things happens with these triggers and velocity. Will they hold? Will they break? Any of that kind of stuff. Will we bust through them? Will we reject them? All that fun stuff. SPOO's now trading 520.77. Do you guys think that we park the bus into the close? Do they park it right here at 520? It's now 1:27 in the afternoon. Or do you think we get the ramp into the close? I don't think we do. I think they park it. I think we get the park. Vol control gang goes away. They leave it at 520. And we just grind the close. Ugh. Yeah, I'm kind of grossed out by it right now. They take away all your gains buying a dip in the bottom. Ugh. 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 It's where a spread or a calendar comes in to help you out here. I might have to add some sold calls to this package here just in case. Catch some premium. I know. I think I need to get some premium in there. Time to build a calendar. Yeah. Nuck and Futz. If you had an idea, I just read what you said, Nuck and Futz. Nuck and Futz. So, who's this guy on YouTube? See this fucking guy. Who's this guy? He's doing all kinds of fucked up shit now, probably for viewers. Sean something or other? I don't know what he is. What was he, a Navy SEAL or something? Gravy SEAL? Sean Ryan's show. I don't particularly like this guy. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you a couple things here. I'll be 100% honest with you. You're probably not going to like to hear this. Whenever I see these guys that are like, I was a Navy SEAL, I was a CIA operative, I was this, I was that, in the Army or the Navy or the Marines or wherever they are, from my experience in the military, I'm like all about the logistics. There's I think I got dismayed one time. I was watching Joe Rogan once, right? And they had some guy on John Rogan, and he was like, there's going to be a civil war, and when they call for it, I'm going to be there for it. I'm ready. Some fucking ex-Navy SEAL dude. And I'm just like, God, what a fucking prima donna. Like, you could probably count 200 guys on there. You could probably count 200 people that are like physically able to be Navy SEALs right now. And then you got like hundreds of thousands of military personnel. So, when I watch shit like that, I'm like, these are the dumbest fucking hammers in the room trying to talk politics. And they're fucking morons. There's a reason why they're fucking the hammer. I'm serious. Not joking. There's a reason why they're the hammer. When you tell somebody to charge a fucking hill and they'll rain bullets down and you're going to die and you do it, you're a dumb fuck. Trust me. So, anyways, my point is this. Those guys ain't doing shit unless they got the logistics behind them. Whether it's intelligence, support, equipment, all that other shit. There ain't no tip of the spear without the fucking spear. You get what I'm saying? There ain't no fucking tip of shit. Otherwise, you're just some fucking hillbilly. Serious. So, like, when these guys are on Joe Rogan, I'm always giggling because I'm like, come on, man. Fucking stop. You're not going to be fucking Rambo. That's a fucking movie. We're not sending fucking SEAL Team 6 to take out 6,000 people. I'm a dick. I was in the Army. I served 12 fucking years. I served fucking 4 years in combat arms. So, yeah, I'm a fucking dick. You're fucking right I am. But because I was in the Army, I see how the Army rolls. I know how the fucking Army rolls. Bullshit. Logistics, man. Logistics wins everything for us. It's so gross. Logistics is what wins for us, generally speaking. So, anyways, my point behind this conversation is I like this guy, Sean, what's his name? Sean Ryan? I think he's an ex-SEAL or I think he's an ex-SEAL. I like him, and I like his show. His show's great. His format is fucking phenomenal. Marines Rage, I know. I like hillbillies. I don't dislike them. I don't have anything against combat arms, but it takes a certain type of person to be combat arms. It takes a certain person to be a Marine. Seriously. It takes a certain person to be a Marine. I got no ill will towards the Marine, but it takes a certain person to, and you know what's crazy about that person? They're not always the toughest guy in the room. They're not always the biggest, baddest guy in the room. You'd be very surprised at when they separate people that fall back, hold, and go forward. It's a very small group of people. Has more to do with your fucking head than anything else. So that's a very elite group of people. But anyways, we'll get past all that. The shaft of that fucking spear, though, man, the shaft of that spear is the real power in the military. I'm telling you, the fucking the logistics in the military is stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's ridiculous. When you hear stories about like a toilet bowl costing $1 million, that's what I'm talking about. Like the lift capabilities of the U.S. is insane. It's insane. So my point here isn't about that. My point about is like I don't always like these guys when they have shows and they're being interviewed. So don't want you to hold that against me if you're like, oh, I don't like these guys because they're this, that, or the other thing. But this guy Sean Ryan, I love his format of his show. His show's great. It's got like it's him and an interviewee with like two chairs, and they got it nice and chill, and he asks them questions. And it's very relaxed and laid back, right? They just like sit back, and it's a nice long form interview. It's like an hour and a half. The interview probably takes 3 hours in total. It's probably a long ass interview. And then they edit it, the whole package together. and they present it. What's funny about this guy, Sean, is that now he's doing like all kinds of crazy shit. He's doing like aliens, undersea water structures, fucking, we didn't go to the moon shit, all kinds of weird shit. I'm assuming that's for views. It's got to be, right? You can only interview so many SEALs. There aren't that many of them out there, so you got to like, we'll do the CIA guys, we'll do the SEALs, we'll do some NSA. Well, I guess you're never gonna do an NSA guy. Those guys are fucking not even existent. But yeah, how many JSOC guys are there? There can't be too many JSOC dudes, right? There can't be too many, or that ones that'll talk at least. Yeah. I'm talking about it from a logistics standpoint. Like when you talk about the might of the U.S. military, it's all logistics. It all is. You can't SEAL ain't going nowhere without a fucking chopper or a fucking C5 or a Galaxy or a fucking C-130, whatever it is, or with close-in air support. I mean, you need that shit, right? If you don't get a Black Hawk helicopter, what the fuck are you gonna do? Run around town? Jesus Christ. So, hold on a second here. So this guy, Sean Ryan, has a great show, and I like it. I like his format. I like the look of it. I like the questions that he asks. I like his patience. I like that it's open. He asks a very simple question, and then whoever's answering the question, they get to expand upon it and speak in depth. And Nuckin' Futz is inside the chat earlier, and he's like, what did Nuckin' Futz ask? He said, would you ever do a TwitchCon show? Would ever do a TwitchCon show? So, Nuckin' Futz, the question is posed to you. If you're out there, what would you do? What do you think we should evolve into? If we had a show format that we evolved into, what would it be? Or if we did a recorded video, what would it be? What do you propose? And my question is to you specifically, because this is a conversation from earlier this morning. Have you thought about it, Nuckin' Futz? Because you brought it up. That means you've been thinking about it. I'll be back to kill the originator of AI. I always think about, like, I was talking to a buddy of mine about if there was a civil war, and I was like, they'd fucking shut down Walmart, and you guys would be fucking, you guys would, all you fucking Civil War reenactors would be fucking, you guys would be like, oh, God damn it, I can't get food at Walmart. Can't get gas for my car. What do you mean there's no toilet paper? They shut down the U.S. for like 2 weeks. Everybody be giving up so they can watch Netflix and chill. Well, how about this? If Nuckin' Futz, if he's here, he hasn't responded yet. Do any of you have any thoughts on a different format or a progression or a second show or something like that? Recorded show or an interview program, or what do you guys want to see? If it wasn't a live stream, what would you want to see? Or some kind of a second show or something like that? Yeah, dude. Like, when you come back from war, right? You're like you want to kill everything. You're just like, I'm gonna kill that like biggest motherfucker there. I'll kill him. But then you slip into being a civilian again. You get fat bodied, fucking eating pogey bait all day long, fucking getting fat at fucking Applebee's, fucking drinking whiskey and shit and bourbon, fucking your old lady all week long. Fucking come on, not eating fucking nails. Put your ass back in a box. Fucking lock up your fucking head. Oh, God. Yeah, I've got Binky does some of that right now. Binky tries to do clips. Bork is talking about marking portions of the program and then just doing little shorts from the live stream to save and then categorize, organize. We discuss like negative gamma regimes, that kind of stuff, or what market makers are doing, like you said earlier. Someone said that. We're at the swing right now. I want you to know that. We're on a 1 minute chart. I'm going to tell you right now. We are on a swing here. We're on a 1 minute chart. It looks like doom and destruction, but I'm telling you, even if we get a leg down, we're on a swing. We're on a swing. We're on a swing up right now. Even if we get a roll down to 510 or 5,000, this is the start of a swing up on 520. So if you don't know it, this is one of them right now. If you're looking for a swing trade, that was your opportunity down there. Put on a call spread or whatever you believe in. You think more down to come tomorrow? You think we're going to crash 5% on Monday? Still a swing point. 5,200, 520 is a swing point in the market right now. We're close to it. Still, we're only at 520, 50, 58. We're still in the swing zone. So it's not like we're gonna we're not going to fucking 532 today. It's gonna be like fucking 3-4 days, 5 days sessions, not days. A podcast would work. I like the idea of I like two ideas. I was thinking about like if you did it in person, what would it cost to do? I don't know. I'd have to pay for a flight and a hotel and some meals and stuff, and then I'd probably have to buy them something or pay them to come out and do it in person. It seems kind of cost prohibitive unless we had like 100,000 fucking viewers, or maybe we'd have to do it like an interview via Skype or something, or Google Meet, or until we had that many viewers. Maybe we start out with interviewing remote. I like the idea of so my idea was interview market participants that are a little bit older, like not like a Bill Ackman, not someone that's like actively superstar of the day, but like an older participant, mostly for archival reasons, because I do believe that we're entering or we're transitioning to a place where we won't have those people ever again. I think in the next 10 years, they're going to go extinct. Like active professional, like floor traders, professional traders, I think in general, that trade size. Jedi Marcus had an interview with a guy that he posted a few weeks ago, a young trader from England. And I think that trader, not the boiler rooms, those guys might always be there, but like a professional trader for like a JPM professional trader. I think those guys are going to go extinct at some point. And I don't think retail is going to go extinct. So I think we need to catalog that stuff for future generations. So there's like a record of it. And if you want to learn the history of trading and the tools and the insights and the mental state of these traders, I think is important. Retailers, how do I word this properly? Retailers have an image of what a professional trader is in their mind, and professional traders run the gamut. A professional trader can have like you'll do an interview at an HFT, and you'll see like a guy that's like, yeah, I got a PhD in fucking quantum physics. I got a PhD in fucking I got a minor in fucking fluid dynamics, And, oh, by the way, in my free time, I do this. Then you'll meet another guy that's like, oh, they found me on the street, dude. I was poor. I think Jedi put that guy up. I did an interview with one kid. He was like, yeah, I'm just a poor kid from the wrong side of London. And he's like, I know how to trade, though. So, like, you want to catalog that stuff so that you get an idea of what makes a good trader. And it shouldn't be textbook is my point. Like, if you read a book and it tells you what a good writer is, that doesn't necessarily make a good writer, does it? If you were to meet Bukowski walking down the street, you would have thought he was a fucking bum, right? A fucking bum. He was a bum. But he was a great fucking writer too, wasn't he? So you don't want to lose that, do you? And we can lose that in the future. I'm afraid of losing that in the future. Like Jimmy Jude's out there. People like Jimmy Jude. People like Jedi Marcus. So I like that Sean Ryan, like, sit down with these guys, let them talk, get them on record, ask them important stuff. I saw another interview last year. Who did a kick-ass interview? Bob Kendall did an interview with James Baker, Dr. James Baker. He was a big market participant, huge market participant. He wasn't quite Bill Ackman, but he was up there. I mean, he was one of these fucking guys. He was like the president of the Professional Traders Association of the United States of America or something. And when you hear these guys talk, they're a little bit older, so they can be honest with you. They don't lie. They tell you the truth. And that's the key, right? They don't give a fuck anymore. They're older. They're just like, fuck it. I'll tell you everything. And so, like, but James Baker was like just laying into shit. He was like, it was right when Yellen said that we're not going to the days of free money are over. And he was like, she's lying her ass off. And he fucking threw him right under a fucking bus. He was just like, that's bullshit. And this guy would know. This guy would know if it was bullshit or not. And he can be honest because he's getting older. He doesn't give a. He's playing golf down in Florida now. Guy's like, I'm fucking in my 80s. I'm just fucking swinging a club. I don't give a fuck anymore. And I thought it was a great interview. You know? So, what? So anyways, that's what I was thinking. Nuck and Futz, what are your thoughts? Yeah, he's still kind of in it, though, right? Jem is still kind of in the thick of it. You want to catch Jem when he's retired. Like when Jem is like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm going to go fucking play golf, go sailing, whatever it is. I'm going to go fuck off. That's when you want to interview him if you can. You want to interview him after, not during, you know, because he's in the thick of it right now. He's not going to tell you everything. You want to catch him when he's on a beach somewhere. Seriously, like what you want to catch them when they don't have to, like, you know, you don't want to catch these guys when they're in the thick of this shit. It's always after. It's always better to catch them afterwards. That's why it's fascinating to interview these guys that are ex-sales, right? These guys are these guys are just chilling, and you can get an answer from them. You can get some insights from them. If you don't want to talk to a SEAL while they're actually active duty, right? They're not going to tell you anything. They tell you to go fuck yourself. Beat you up in a bar in San Diego. Jump in their Jeep. Drive away to the beach. Drive back to Coronado. Yeah, exactly. And document these guys, because if you did it in that kind of make it archival in a way. Come back in 100 years and someone needs to see something, or you're like, hey man, I want to talk to you about Victor Niederhofer here and see what he had to say when he was in the thick of shit. Yeah. I'm going to be seeing some grinding coming into our future here in the next few days. All right, it's 1:51. I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break. I'm going to lay out expectations for you for next week. So if you're a supporter or a pro trader, if you want to position yourself for next week, we talked about how 520 seems like a bottom for a swing high. Sweep 520. Wait for the failure for the next leg down. You will still get from me into Sunday. You'll get a market brief on Sunday, looking at a bunch of mechanics that I won't provide here, but into the weekend, I'm going to go over a bunch of stuff for you for what to expect into the first half of June. We're still in negative gamma right now, so I wouldn't be getting too excited here if you're a bull. Target to the upside, 52.65. 52.65 upside target into next week. For a rejection to the downside again for a leg down. But we'll talk about it here in just a minute. And what else are we going to do? We'll talk about it here in just a minute. And what? At 3 p.m., we'll talk politics. I know some of you guys want to talk politics out there. I have some questions for you, too. If you're a Republican, I have some questions for you. I'd like some more insight because I'm thinking about the elections and its impact on the market. And I would like some honesty with your thoughts on what you think the impact of the Trump thing is on the market and stuff like that. I'm not going to put my head in a hole. I'm not just going to fight with everybody. All the people out here fucking shitting on each other. I really just want to know the truth from your perspectives. I want to know what Main Street's perspective is for the impact on Wall Street. So right around 3:30-ish, 3:30, we'll talk about that stuff for next week. And we're going to look at some seasonality stuff today, too. I didn't do that earlier. I should. Selling may go away. Do we get one more corrective move down? Do we trade down into October? Big questions that need answered in the coming weeks. So I'll be right back with you guys. Give me a quick 10-minute break. I'm going to go potty. I'm going to drink some more water. And I'm going to, you know what? It's 1:54. I'm going to grab a bourbon. And we'll have a bourbon together. Grab a tea, a coffee, a water, whatever it is you like. It's the end of the week. And we'll chat for the next 2 hours. And I'll be right back, okay? Give me just a few minutes. Well, right now you've got the gamma flip is at 52.65. We could go higher, but that's where the gamma flip is. So if I was thinking about where the sellers are, they're up here. If you look at the bottom of your screen down below, they're going to try to defend this on you. Right in there. So any kind of a back up here, they're going to attempt to sell that for you for sure. The big sellers want to get down in here. That's what they want, at least. Watch out for wild ass swings. This is like real negative gamma down here. So we're in some real volatility. This is like a big volatility zone in here. We can easily swing high right now. So being in negative, we are in negative gamma. We're in high volatility right now. So we can easily swing high like it's nobody's business. Keep your eyes on this. Keep your eyes on this chart down below. Watch that volatility signal right there. SPX gamma. And I'll be back with you guys 10 minutes. About 10 minutes, I'll be right back with you guys. Jump up real quick, and I'll be right back with you guys. Be back at 2 p.m. And another thing I'll do for you today, it's being Friday, I'm going to do an outlook before Sunday's outlook. at 2 p.m.-ish. And now it's already 2 p.m. So give me a 10-minute break. I'm going to do an outlook for you. I'm going to do the political bullshit at the end of the day. I'll try to fit in some charting for you. I'll take some chart requests if we have time, either in between those two segments or at the end of the day after these two segments. I'll do that for you. I'll try to chart some shit out until 4 p.m. So I'll dedicate these next couple hours to doing stuff for you guys. But I got to take care of the supporters and the pro traders. And then I got to find out, because I got you guys here. I know some of you are Republicans, right? So I really want some insight from you. Because if I go on Reddit, dude, if I go on Twitter, it's just regurgitation garbage. I really need to get insight from somebody that can tell me, hey, this is what we think. And I'll listen to you. And I won't yell at you. All right, I'll be right back. I might lose the stream at some point, too. I'm having some real issues here. Trying to get, I'm having my screens are freezing. I don't know why. Probably because I'm in a meeting right now, too. I'm going to turn that off. Turn that one off. Maybe Biden calls Trump response to guilty verdict reckless. Oh, fuck. What did, dangerous? What did Trump say? God damn it. Do I even want to look at this shit? I didn't see the conference. All right, we'll look at this later. I have to read this first. God damn it. We should probably talk about does Wall Street wants Trump as president too. I was in a conversation with a Republican, a close friend of mine, a market participant, a guy I trust, and he was discussing does Wall Street want Trump as president, that there might be a movement afoot underneath the surface of Wall Street trying to prevent that too. Okay, I'll be back with you guys in a minute. It's a headline from CNBC. I didn't catch the presser at all. All right, I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, you know, Bliss. So Blissowitz, yesterday, right? I turned on MSNBC and for the trial yesterday, and that's all I could think about. All I could think about was none of these fucking people care. They just want press, right? They just want headlines. They don't care about you and I. They don't care about any of us. They just give a fuck about headlines, dude. It was gross. And they were using their pencils and writing shit down. They don't give a fuck about it. They don't care. They just want headlines. The more outrageous, the better. It's all about selling a fucking headline, dude. Making you angry, making me angry.
Good afternoon and welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. Alongside Kelly Evans, I'm Tyler Matheson. The Dow is actually higher today, not by much, but it is in the green. We have been down 5 of the previous 6 days. and all 5 losing days were 200 points or more. The one up day was...
No, I wasn't addressing the trial. I was addressing the... I'm not addressing the trial here. I'm addressing the circus, the fucking circus.
2.5% week to date. Today, it's chip stocks weighing on tech. NVIDIA lower by 2%. AI darling Supermicro, the biggest decliner. You can see there, it's almost...
I was watching Rachel Maddow yesterday, and she's got like a piece of paper, and she's got her pencil out. So for like dramatic purposes, she's like checking off each felony. I'm like, what is she doing right now?
If you zoom out a little further, the major average is still...
It was like a dramatic moment.
Winning month of May, the Nasdaq still up 5%.
I was just like, what is this?
How should we view the market action?
She's got paper and a pen out. Check it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Got it. Got that one.
Mike Bailey, Director of Research with FBB Capital Partners, and Mike Santoli, a pair of Mikes, CNBC Senior Markets commentator. Mike Bailey, let me begin with you. If I'm reading my notes correctly, you have a rather, shall I call it, benign view of what the market may do from here. You think that corporate earnings may pull stocks along and falling inflation may push them from behind.
Absolutely. No, I think that's a good summary in terms of what we're looking at. Listen, this is Power Lunch. Let's do a food analogy. We've just come through a very nice meal, if you will. Macros are pretty good. Inflation's coming down. So we're getting kind of this Goldilocks. Earnings, generally a pretty good earnings season. So pretty good meal. However, we just got this kind of terrible dessert right at the end. Some of these software companies, Salesforce and others blowing up. So that's really what we're looking at here for broader markets. Is this an indication of what's next? Some more pain in the tech space, or is this sort of a one-off? We're putting sort of everything together, looking at the last several weeks. All
right. Listen, try to keep it civil in the chat. I don't want this to devolve here today. I'll turn the chat off. I can't have it. So try to keep it focused on the stock market.
We'll have to see there.
If you're going to make a comment about politics, attempt. And I'm probably guilty of this too, so I apologize.
Give us the count.
I'm apologizing to you right now. Please try to keep politics to the stock market.
Skeptical about the market, say, today.
Well, I think, first of all, Tyler, you'd observe that the market itself has been a bit erratic here. You've had a majority of stocks really underperform this month and also this year. There's been this defensive leadership, especially recently among the mega cap tech stocks, seeing some reversal of that yesterday and today. And it seems to be the catalyst in the form of Treasury yields going higher. So they backed off for 2 days. The point is, I think the macro has to remain in a relatively contained path. In other words, disinflation has to be persuasive enough that it's still underway. You can't have the overall economy slow too much. Earnings, I agree, are definitely the big support right here. It's probably one of the reasons the market is insulated from big sudden downside. But I also feel as if the April pullback of 5% maybe was somewhat incomplete. You didn't really refresh people's need to kind of rebuild their exposures and get bullish again because they never got bearish.
I think that's interesting, Mike Bailey. Also, I was asking earlier about breadth, which evidently is starting to kind of turn lower, or however you describe it exactly. I mean, what do you want the market to show us at this point? It has been very strong, but it's starting to tell us that maybe its energy is flagging, Mike Bailey?
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. I think in some ways the execution risk is starting to get amped up a little bit. So you've got some high growth companies, the new economy, some of the software companies under some pressure. So that is raising some questions among investors broadly. Is the AI trade over? Is this just a one-off? But I think a couple of things. So there is going to be pressure, especially on these higher growth tech companies to execute. Oh, by the way, stocks are up, valuations are up, so there's a less margin for error. So companies really do need to execute. Again, it's going to take a few weeks here for us to get some more companies, more data points to support that. At this point, again, I'd go back to overall pretty good earnings season. So that gives us some confidence that we're in pretty good shape. However, we do need to see some better execution, especially in some of the software companies.
Mike Santoli, some people that we've talked to in the past couple of days actually believe that the next move by the Fed will be to raise rates, not lower them. What do you think the trajectory of yields is likely to be? What are you hearing on that particular point about maybe higher rates to quash inflation, not lower ones?
Yeah, I tend to doubt that we're particularly close to getting to that point where you'd have to move the entirety of the Fed's existing rhetoric and bias that's essentially still saying, yeah, we might roll forward the date of the first cut, but right now they're sticking to this idea. And, you know, John Williams, New York Fed this week, they still, by their models and frameworks, say policy is restrictive. A lot of the things they look at suggest that there still is this sort of slowing underway, and disinflation should kick back in. So I think it takes a lot to steer in the other direction, given how far along they've gone along that path. Now, in terms of how yields go from here, you know, I mean, I think that 5% on the 10-year has been historically, and also most recent episode, a little bit of a significant barrier in terms of when yields become particularly hostile for stocks. In this range where we're in right now, it feels as if the economy and the market can make peace with it. You know, we were at 4.5% yields in late September of last year, and the S&P was 1,000 points lower. So clearly, when earnings are growing, you can be okay with yields if they're not shooting higher and if the Fed is not forcibly trying to restrain the economy.
Mike Bailey, you sort of remind people that semis are traditionally a pretty volatile part of the market. They experience boom-bust cycles. Maybe we'll still yet see one with some of our leading-edge players now like NVIDIA. For those who are worried that that could be around the corner at some point, where else would you be looking in terms of which stocks to own here?
Great question. So I think you can own semis. You want to make sure you're diversified. You know, don't put everything onto one particular company. Outside of that, if you still want growth in tech and you want to diversify a little bit away from semis, I'd look at Amazon. So Amazon, not officially a tech company, but you know, basically that's what it does. So as markets have gotten more expensive, Amazon's gotten less expensive. That really is compelling to us. It's growing very nicely. The last time Amazon was this cheap, we were talking about iPhone 4. We're talking about the flash crash. This is 14 years ago. So I would argue Amazon's a much better company, more diversified, a lot more growth drivers. So it's a pretty compelling business. A lot of people own it, but I do think there's plenty of runway for this thing to keep going.
I remember the flash. Mike Santoli remembers the flash crash.
Oh, sure.
Don't
May
take us
of
back.
2010, right? Yeah.
You could ask Mike Santoli. We got to bring back the trivia. Gentlemen, thank you both. Appreciate it. Thanks. Mike Santoli and Mike Bailey with FBB. Let's get to the bond market now. 10-year is lower after this morning's inflation data, constellation of other events. Rick Santelli has the latest in Chicago. Rick?
Hi, Kelly. You're exactly right. Treasury yields are lower on the day. The 10-year, as you look on a chart that starts last Friday, are still a couple basis points higher on the week. What's the motivation for these moves? Let's go to our guest, Chem. Hi, Chem. And let's go to the whiteboard here. How's that? Chem, this is a pretty easy read here, okay? Here's our income data. Here's the 4 metrics for inflation embedded into the number. If you just look at the top, this is last month, this is this month. What conclusions can you draw?
Stagnation, inflation, stagflation, right? I mean, this is what we've been talking about on and on throughout. People have called it a soft landing. It's not a soft landing. You're still getting a hot inflation number with a slowing economy.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little doubt. These numbers are smaller. And the consumption went negative, and it's been negative over the last 4 months. And if you look at yesterday's GDP, what did that tell us on consumption?
Yeah, same thing. I mean,
same thing.
Things are coming down.
And when everything has the consumer's ability to keep consuming is so integral, these are big changes. And once again, just so people understand, viewers, listeners, okay, these are the metrics for inflation. Only the month-over-month core was lower. And if you really look it up, this number was like 0.248, okay? If you look at the websites, they put it out at 0.25. So they rounded. But we're only, 3/10 away from making that equal to last month. My point isn't to belittle the numbers. My point is to pay attention to them.
That's absolutely right. I mean, there's structural inflationary forces, and we can start to cyclically slow them down. But at the end of the day, that inflation is going to continue to be pretty high. I think that's the biggest point that people have to be aware of.
Now, you were a little bit late coming to this spot. Maybe we should tell viewers what goes on at the end of the month when you're an options trader.
Well, look, at the end of the day, this is an end of month and beginning of month coming. When the month is up, 6% for the month, a decent run. At the end of the month, there is a reinvestment, a re-leveraging effect that happens in portfolio. So we've been getting this softness as we've broken down technically a bit, but what do you get? A big pushback, coming into the end of the month. On top of that, 3 holidays coming up, 2 more holidays coming up. That's really slow, low liquidity, and that context, you're getting a lot of Vana and Charm flows with a big quarterly expiration coming as well. So.
Real quickly, okay, Vana and Charm, just real quickly, tell our viewers what that means.
Yeah, what that means is you have the whole world in the options world is long put, short call to hedge long exposure. The dealers are short those puts and short stock. So every day that goes by, when vol comes down, that means there's a buyback of deltas every day, a buyback underneath the market. And big expirations, big exposure like a June OPEX mean even more of those flows. So these are the market forces, the structures at work underneath the market that push things higher, even in the context of what might be weak news, right?
Tail wagging the dog?
That's exactly right. Nowadays it's flows, first and foremost.
Jem, always a pleasure. You're such a knowledgeable trader. Tyler, have a good weekend, and back to you.
Rick, thank you very much. And folks, coming up in the moments following the Trump guilty verdict, both the Trump and Biden camps sent out fundraising requests to supporters, showing the verdict could be a boost to both campaigns' war chests. That story is next on Power Lunch when we come right back.
In America.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. As soon as the verdict was announced last night, former President Trump convicted on 34 counts. Both campaigns immediately kicked up their fundraising efforts. Megan Casella in D.C. has more. Hi, Megan.
Kelly, that's exactly right. So we're seeing former President Donald Trump and his campaign working to fundraise off this guilty verdict in a major way. The campaign said this morning that it had raised nearly $35 million yesterday after the verdict from small dollar donors. The campaign says nearly 30% of those were contributing for the first time. Now, down ballot, we're seeing some momentum too. Both the NRSC and the NRCC, so those are the Republican campaign arms for the House and the Senate, they say they set records with their fundraising yesterday, raising $300,000 for the House and $360,000 for the Senate. It's not just the small dollar donors lining up behind Trump either. Venture capitalist Sean McGuire said he donated $300,000 last night. Elon Musk and Bill Ackman support today, and David Sachs, he's the venture capitalist who's co-hosting a fundraiser for Trump in California.
Wait, let's turn that Trump shit off. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Now, it is important. I want you to, let's talk about, all right, we'll talk briefly about this again. I hate talking about this shit. So, you know, like if you're a retail trader and you found your way to Wall Street Bets, you know that politics is banned in Wall Street Bets. Now, I'm an old trader, and I was actually there in the beginning of Wall Street Bets when it wasn't banned. There was a time at Wall Street Bets when you can have a discussion about politics as it relates to the stock market, because it does relate to the stock market. So when you hear people say, you know, why do we have to talk about politics? They say we shouldn't talk about politics. It's because that is pushed from Wall Street Bets because they're not fucking adults. Can't have an adult conversation. But there is material impact in politics on our stock market. You get what I'm saying? So there's a mantra. You shouldn't mix politics and the stock market. You have to. There is some overlap. They can't do it on Wall Street Bets because it devolves into a shit show, right? Now, we are adults here. This is a place with we don't have 1 million people. We got a couple thousand. So we can have that conversation here. Now, we have to be careful about having that conversation because we don't want it to devolve into a bunch of shit throwing, name calling, all that kind of stuff. Now, we're not going to have that conversation right at this moment, but it is material. I need you to know, even though Wall Street Bets might tell you that politics has no place, it actually does. And the reason why you're being taught that is mostly because you can't have the fucking conversation on Wall Street Bets. Because it devolves into a shit show. But it does matter. And there are consequences. Specifically with like the Fed, Senate hearings, appointments like Yellen at the Treasury Department, presidencies matter to elections. Elections matter to our stock market. Wall Street likes to be left alone. And when they're not left alone, it does become material to the stock market. Because the stock market doesn't want anything changing. Stock market likes gridlock in D.C. They don't care where we go, just gridlock or slow change. It's kind of like a white-collar criminal. They just want to know the rules so they can break them, right? White-collar criminals like, I don't give a fuck what the rules are. Make them whatever you want. Just keep them like that so that I can break them legally. Seriously. Squeezing up right now, trading 521.28. Coming into the next target to the upside, 521.73. Now, we're not going to devolve in any kind of craziness or whatever, but I do want to get a firm idea without, we're not going to treat this like Reddit. You know, we're not going to do it. So just heads up here. You got a band of resistance here at the half-an-hour trigger. You have another band of resistance here at the hourly trigger to the upside. We're trading 521.25 right now. Coming into resistance at the daily trigger for a third time. Came into the daily trigger once, failed twice, failed, consolidated, now coming into it for the third time. Now, we're not going to talk about politics at the moment right now, but I just want you to know out there, if you're young, there was a time when you could discuss politics and Wall Street bets. But it fucking devolved. It got stupid. And you know what? I was an offender of some of this stuff myself. I'm an older guy. I am of a generation where some people did use the F word, the R word, and some people meant it and some people didn't. I wasn't one that meant it. But times have changed. A younger generation has come around and they're like, hey, we don't like this word anymore. Matter of fact, Winky. I used to say the R word all the time, and Winky literally pulled me aside once in a person-to-person conversation and said, and he's an older guy, and he said to me, hey, these young people don't like that word. And I'm like, yeah, some of them do, and he's like, nah, he's like, you look like an old man, old-fashioned person. And, they're asking not to use it anymore unless you mean it in a bad way. Right? So if you are going to say it, that means you mean it. And I was like, fuck, this sucks. I hate kids. I sound like an old man, a boomer. When I was a kid, I remember there were things that adults said and did that I didn't fucking like. And I was like, I can't wait till these old fucks die. So I can get with that. I understand it. If you're young and you don't like it, I get it. Now, but I also remember, though, too, at that time period was the internet was a little bit nicer back then. There was a golden era of the internet where it was a really cool time in the internet. You could, have your own thoughts and your own opinions, and it didn't have to be the only answer. The only answer isn't you're going to die in a riptide if you go swimming in the ocean. You could have your own opinion. Nowadays, everything has been concentrated down to where you can only have one or two opinions. You're one side or the other. There's no gray anymore. And if you're not on either side, you're wrong, or you have an opinion that is bad. That's in either side, too, doesn't matter. But here we can do that. Here we can talk. And it's good for us to talk because there are political implications in our stock market that I want to be aware about from your perspective that I can't get from the news anymore, can't get from Twitter, can't get from Reddit anymore. So we're going to ask you some questions later on, especially if you're a voter. I really want to know what your insights here are on who could possibly be president. So please think about that in the next hour period. Over the next hour or so, think about be insightful, please, and thoughtful, because I have some questions that are pertinent. Because I was having a conversation last night with a Republican and saying, what do you think about the ramifications of this and that and all these other things? So from a professional, money on the line perspective, I want to know this shit. And I really do need to know this stuff because it is material to our markets, specifically volatility, and then also who's going to be our chair, who's going to be running the Treasury Department, who are going to be in these positions, and they will have material impact, for the future of rate hikes, rate cuts, monetary policy, a bunch of stuff that impacts our market, right? A whole bunch of stuff. Our relationships with China, our relationships with the Federal Reserve, Treasury Department, those things are very important to our market. So I'd like to get those insights. I don't want to see I can't I can't gauge what's going to happen by somebody saying we're fighting for freedom and democracy with Trump and Biden. I can't. That doesn't matter to me. That means nothing. That's not material to. That's not material to the stock market. So we'll get into it later. We'll talk about it. Now, let's talk about some other stuff. This is it's 2:25. First, Hopefully you were able to take a vacation last week. Some of you probably had most of this week off and were just waiting for a low to buy. Congratulations to you. Some of you have been grinding away trading the past 2 weeks. Congratulations to you. Here's a bourbon. A cheers to you, toast to you. I just heard more bad news. My wife, I'm so fucked. My wife, or my daughter said to me, my daughter has a winter birthday. And so they have a summer birthday so her friends can go and shit like that, do shit in the summertime. I don't know what the fuck this is, but they do a summer birthday for my daughters. We had winter babies. Both of our babies are born in the winter. My wife and I liked having sex in those warm spring nights. Those warm early summer nights, late at night underneath the moon. So we had winter babies. So my kids don't like celebrating birthdays around the winter holidays. So I just found out that my daughter has a birthday party. She told me last week or the week before that she was like, I have a birthday party, Daddy. Can I go to, she's going to some jump thing where they fly in the air, like they're skydiving. Some skydiving place. Supposedly, I said yes to this. I just found out her whole fucking school's going. So I don't know what the fuck I'm on the hook for this shit, but it's going to be the fucking end of me. I shit you not. So this bottom better be real. This fucking bottom better be real. I'm serious. Like, I should have had a winter, or I should have had more sex in the winter, or yeah, in the winter time. I should have had more sex. If you're young out there and you're ever going to make a baby, only be making babies in the winter months. So your kids have no excuse for a birthday party. That's around the holiday season and all that shit. So they're not like getting double dipping and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you want to be having your babies in the spring, summer, and fall, maybe. Early fall. Not fall. Have your babies in the spring and summer, or else you're going to get, your wife and your children are going to say, I need birthday number 2. Fucking, what is it? It's like white people problems, or what is this? Like, what do they call it? First world problems? On Reddit, they got something called like, it's like first world problems. Jesus Christ. Fucking. Anyways. Well, I was born around Christmas, Dad. I need to have a summer birthday. You only give me presents once a year. I need presents twice a year. Insane. Okay, so let's talk about expectations for next week. We've got, give me a second here. Got to cue all this up. We do have some big data coming out next week. So we've got those big events we already talked about. We've got the Tesla shareholders meeting. We've got NVDA split finalization, the actual split day. We have the Apple event. We have FOMC coming up. Those are all in the middle of the month. That's like the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 13th. Then next week we have the new month for the end of this quarter for Q2. And the start of the week, we have ISM manufacturing PMI, all the ISM bullshit. We got a couple auctions on Monday. On Tuesday, we've got Redbook. We got Jolts on Tuesday at 10 a.m. That's a big one, right? We've got, we also have next week, we got mortgage shit going on next week. We've got S&P Global Composite PMI on Wednesday, ISM Services on Wednesday. We've got claims on Thursday. We got more, we got some rate auctions and stuff like that coming up on Thursday as well. And then we got non-farms on Friday. So even just think about the fact that we got all this data coming out next week. We got flows coming in next week. We got events coming out on middle of June. We got a lot of stuff going on. This should raise volatility next week. We should see a ramp. So we had ramp of volatility, and we had no volatility. Then this week we raised volatility, right? And then we got more volatility potential next week and the week after. So we got a lot going on. The first 2 weeks of June coming up. Let me see. We also want to talk briefly. I'm not going to show you this, but I'm not going to go into it because I went into it earlier this morning. Let's look at seasonality once more. And if you weren't with us this morning, I'm not going to go into it too much, but we are in some seasonal weakness here. See it right there. See it right there. Big question becomes, does this seasonal weakness hold? You know, do we get a relief rally, another move down, and then we're off and running? Or do we begin to break down in here, right? The expectation is that we're going to move higher. Whatever vol we have coming, we got 2 weeks of it. There's some bears out there telling you, fuck you, that we're going down even farther, Cappy. We're going to lose May.
NYMEX diesel June futures settle at $2.
And I want to talk to you about that briefly. I'm going to show you that very briefly here if I can.
42 cents a gallon. NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $2.58.
So I want to just show you this really quickly here so you have some perspective. We're ending the month of May right now, right? So this is June.
And NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $76.99 a barrel. That's down 92 cents or 1.18%.
And this here is May. Okay?
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding?
So this is the month of May right here. I'm not going to show you prior months, but I do want you to realize that this bull run for 2024, we haven't given back prior months. So whatever volatility we have coming our way, I want you to think about this right here. This is May. You don't want to see us give away May, okay? We can retest the lows of May, but you don't want to give this up. This would be a structural change in the marketplace. That's right around that 5,000 down here, right? So whatever comes our way in the next 2 weeks, I want you to think about not giving up May's gains. I don't mind giving up May's gains. But if we give up April's gains, we got a problem. We got a fucking problem in the market. So May's gains we want to keep. Okay? And there's some consolidation that took place in the month of April, month of March, month of February. See that? So this is all that February, March, April. And then we got up here May. We don't want to be giving up all this stuff. Do you get what I'm saying here? And so here's May right here, okay? All these May gains need to stay on board. We start losing those May gains, and we got a problem. You're talking about giving away a lot of the gains for the year. And we're in this place where we have to pay attention to that and its implications farther down the road. Okay, so that's what I want you to know. And we're in this seasonality thing. This seasonality thing right here is that big question. Are we going to give any of that shit up, give up the whole entire year, or do we have that drawdown, right? Yeah, okay, there you go, and then boom, we're off and back in business into the election volatility that's expected later in the year. Go over to the trigger screen now. We're going to go on a 30-minute basis. We're going to delete all of this right here. We were consolidating rather than going up to 532, 535, anywhere else. We've had a pullback down to the daily trigger. We just checked the daily trigger. We're going to take a peek right now and see what we can see. If you watch my cursor right here, this looks like the top right here, right? This is back in February. It's okay for pullbacks and pull-ups, series of higher lows. So I'd really like to see it. We are in positive velocity. I'd really like to see that velocity just kind of, even if it's lower lows and we get down to the 4,800 later in time, really like to see this maintain here. A positive for the bulls is that we're just coming out of negative velocity on the hourly basis. So we had our pullback. Hourly is moving up. I'm going to expect into next week an upside move on an intraday basis. Into next week. Some kind of a trade higher, relief rally, that's how you want to put it, into the beginning of June. JPM has said to you, not just JPM, GS, fucking Nomura, a bunch of others, have said they don't think that we can get that 5% drawdown until middle of June. So if you're going to get a relief rally, it's probably right now. At least a relief rally of some kind for the time being. But note that into the first week and next week, first and second week of June, we go right back into volatility again, and that's when they're going to take their chance again to sell this shit down to the depths of hell. And your job as a bull or a buyer is how far down does it go? We don't want to give up May. We don't want to start working on all those months going back to the beginning of the year in a regime change. Don't be opening the fucking door to these sellers. They're going to ask you for an inch and want to take a mile from you. So if you hear the sentiment out there, oh, we just want a pullback, oh, we just want a correction, you already fucking had one. You already had a fucking correction. The answer is fuck you, no. We're paying minds to these fucking bears telling you they want a correction. No, you don't get a correction every fucking 2 months. You don't. And if you do, we could get a regime change here. More corrections you start getting, more dangerous shit gets for a bull. So be aware of that as we come into next week. So see this right here? So I'm bullish in the next week. Now, we are in negative velocity. Well, not velocity, excuse me. We are in negative gamma. So whatever that relief, quote-unquote, relief rally is, I'm still suspect of it. So let's say we trade up for a relief rally. Let's say we have a relief rally, and let's say we get above negative gamma. And you're like, woo, Captain, I'm going to come on stream and say, hey, Cap, we're in positive gamma. What up, Matt Ryan? What up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you, my man. Seriously. Cheers to you, my man. Good to see you, brother. Happy Friday, brother. Happy Memorial Day, huh? Matt Ryan's a vet, by the way. He's a veteran, too. Good to see you, my man. I think he is. I think Matt, you're a vet, right? Or is it Chris that's a vet? One of you two guys is a vet. Good to see you, my man. So we get this relief rally. Doesn't mean you're out of danger, even if we're in positive gamma. They would still require a back test of that gamma for you to be safe in a new high. People like everything is over, we're good to go. Make sense? So any relief rally that goes into positive gamma still needs a successful back test in a new high. Otherwise, you're going to get that relief rally, come back down, and that daily trigger bounce through it, and you're going to get the rest of your correction. Just be aware of it. Look for those signals as the next week progresses. All that news to come out into the middle of June. Sellers are going to be there wanting that volatility to sell us down to 5,000, 4,800, 5,100, down in that zone. They want it. Jamie Dimon comes out point blank. I want fucking 5%. He said it. I want it. He said, I probably can't get it in the first week or two. We got new flows. We got events coming up. They're not going to want to let go of it. Just be aware of it as we move forward from here. He's got a chance over the weekend, I guess. Got low vol today, or volume, not volatility. Got low volume. Maybe he can get his 5% down, wake up Monday with 5% down. That's going to be, you need a catalyst, I guess. But they did what they could here. They got it done. They did get it done. So now we got to think about projections, right? We got to think about where we expect the market to go next week and into June 12th, 13th, somewhere in there. What do we think? So we bought the dip almost to the pin strike, right? We bought that bad boy right there. Bought the fuck out of that, didn't we? So if you are a bull buying this down here, you're probably aware that it's likely short-lived. It's likely short-lived. It's not the we're going all the way up here at all-time highs trade, is it? You'd really like to see something if it was, right? Like we'll talk about that if we have continuation to the upside. We'll talk about that. But for right now, probably not done, right? We got volatility next week. We're in seasonal weakness right now. Selling may go away. We have seasonal stuff coming up too, right? A little bit more down. Last year, we fucking traded down into October. We actually squeezed all-time highs, and then we went the fuck down to downtown for like months of downside move. So there's a lot of like questions of the future going on over here, isn't there? So for right now, if you bought this dip, where's the last known place of sellers? Major sellers here. Can anybody tell me in the chat? Probably not. I bet only a few of you can. It was where we grabbed liquidity. Came down here, and what do we do? Whoop. We had a liquidity grab right here, didn't we? So where are those sellers right now? They're probably, I mean the big boys, they're probably right here. This is where the old gym bros are currently. We got some young gym bros down here, but the big boys are right here. These are where the sharks are. This is where Jamie Dimon is. He's right here. I'm going to tell you exactly where he is. He's right fucking there. He's hanging out. He's just chilling up here, waiting for you to get up there. You understand? He's just hanging out. What else do we know here? We got a band up here, don't we? What are these guys doing right here? Guys are right up in here, aren't they? Right here, right down in here. You can see them. They're right there. They're right fucking there. Maybe like right there. These are the young gym bros. These aren't the big bad meanies. So we got something to work with now, don't we? Something to work with here, right? Resistance here, resistance here. This was once support. This was once support. This is now light resistance. We know the big sellers are right there. So I have an expectation on this buy down below. Wait a minute. We'll do this. Hold on a second. Get rid of that. We know buyers stepped in right here. I'm going to fill that bad boy with green for now. These guys bought. We're going to have an expectation that we trade up into this band right here. Right there. Right? We're going to come back down and look for support. Worst case scenario right here, we'll just go right here. Well, we'll go all the way down here. We're going to make our way up here, and they're going to try to sell us right about there. 524.80. Maybe you can reach slightly higher, but somewhere in this vicinity right here. And they're going to try to sell you right back down here to check that daily trigger. Right there. Maybe a little bit higher. Right there. Come on now. Right about there. And I'm watching that because of this right here, this little bit. Right there. Maybe down right there. Oh, shit. I was trying to delete the green bar. Right about there. You might actually catch that one right about there. You might actually catch that right there. Come back down here and test all that shit. 1, 2. Back check twice. Hammer out that fucking daily trigger right there. And we're going to find out next week sometime. Well, I guess I'm drawing that in there. I probably shouldn't draw it that close. A little bit over there. How about I move this over a little bit? It's a little aggressive. Somewhere right about there. Get up into that 525 and start this consolidation. And we're going to find out in the next 2 weeks which way we're going. Continuing higher, another leg down. So expectations in the next week. We're already doing it right now, right? 521.66 right now. Expectations into next week. 523.28. 525. You could possibly get an extension all the way up here to 526.82. Maybe even up here. You could actually extend that up if you wanted to. There's some extensionism that can go on up here, but I like this pretty conservative right here. And I'm going to expect some consolidating in here. That's my fear right there. Bam, bam, down below. Going to pay very close attention to this right here. Make sure we don't go back down. And that's the 12th and 13th, right? Over there somewhere. Start rolling this shit down into the 12th, 13th. Something just like that. So there's your expectations into next week. Upside price target. Failure of 525. Definitely a failure of it. 524 and change, something like that. You're going to get it rejected the first time, guaranteed. They're definitely going to take a stab at you up here. These fucking sellers right here, they're not letting you up that easy. These assholes right here, they're going to take another shot at you. They're going to take a shot at you here first, too. And they're going to hammer down on you over here. Matter of fact, that could be even shorter. They're going to take a swipe at you there, and they're going to hammer on you up here. Conservative estimates for next week. You'll get a better picture of this from me. I got to measure all this shit out over the weekend. I'm not going to do that shit here. It's going to be a half a fucking hour. But I got to measure all this shit out and get the exact numbers for you. But that's roughly what you're looking for into early next week, late next week sometime. So you should be good to go making your plans into next week. Then note that there's volatility next week. Note that you don't want to be giving up 5,000. Note that you don't want to see a sentiment shift. If you start to see that sentiment shift, it can lead to really bad shit the rest of the summer. So just be paying close attention to it as time moves forward. Do you have any questions on this outlook right now? Anything at all? Yeah, it moves. If we stay above that daily trigger, it will actually carry up. Bam, bam, bam. Carry us up all along the way. Yes, it does. We don't want to close below it. I don't like closing below that daily trigger. I don't want to see any closing below this. Good question, by the way. And then you have some bad news over the weekend. They roll your ass down. Surprise, motherfucker. Don't want to see that either. Do not want to see that. And they're trying right now. You can see them. Some supply coming in right now trying to pin this market over the weekend. Don't want to see that. Do not like seeing that at all. Any other questions? Yeah, you can learn this stuff. Join us at tradethetrigger.com. You can learn there. Join us in our Discord. We have actual professionals in there helping people out. Literal, licensed professionals. You can join us whenever you like. If you're a supporter, if you are a pro trader, you'll get expectations via the website for IWM and Qs. They should follow this same similar track. I do want to say one thing, though. IWM is turning down. It is turning down right now. IWM is on a turn down. More negative on IWM than I am on the regular or the other two majors on SPX and Qs. And that probably leads into that FOMC meeting we got coming up on the 12th. So they're going to grind down IWM into that FOMC meeting. Based on what? Are any of you expecting a rate cut at the FOMC meeting? No. Even if we don't get the rate cut, are we trading a rate cut into that meeting? Remember, two different trades. Are we expecting a rate cut in the June meeting? The answer is no. So there is no IWM trade into that meeting, into that decision. So I am negative on IWM into the meeting. That's right. So there's two different trades, right? Actual cuts, actual hikes, actual continuation of pause. But then there's another trade, the anticipation trade, right? We're not on that trade right now into this rate cut. So IWM of the three majors, DIA, I guess, will include you. You're just a fucking, DIA is like the senior citizen. He's like, hey, I'm a major too. But, IWM does not have that trade on at this moment. So we're not trading into that decision, front-running that decision, are we? So that's the most bearish index. The most bearish index right now to me is definitely IWM into the rate decision. So that's the expectation for you into next week. It's now 2:54 in the afternoon. I'm going to get into a conversation about politics at 3:30. I said 3, but I think it's 3:30. I think it might be a little bit too early. Relief rally. That we don't go up, or we do go straight up, because this is a fucking market that goes up and to the right. The bull case is a relief rally, 100%. We don't go straight down in a bull market. I'm sorry, we just don't. You had a low volatility. You had a low volume environment this week. You had a low volume environment this week. Low volume. So when you want to make the market move, you have to have a low volume environment so that you can bend the will of dealers to your way. You understand that? Yeah, I need you to understand that. If major players aren't making moves, you need to get the amplification of dealers on your side to amplify up and downside moves so they can chase your moves and amplify them. The dealers are about 10% of the market. You got retails like 20, 25%. Then you get like banks are like 35%. Then you get hedge funds and all the other players are the other 20, 35%. So depending if we're all moving in unison, we can get big downside moves. Now, if we're not all moving in unison and nobody's doing anything, you can come in and do a hit and run and bend the will of the dealers to your will while everybody else is on vacation. And that's what they did here. There's a high probability you can't get that to happen the first part of next week with the volume that's likely to come into the market next week. High probability of that not happening until that news comes out. We have news coming out. Market's likely going to wait for that news to drop. Big, big news coming next 2 weeks. So I don't think you get your drop down to the depths of hell. Sorry. You're going to have people, major participants, sitting on their hands, not doing shit. They ain't selling for you. Sorry, you're not getting it. They're not going to panic sell this week. You're not getting your panic sell. Ain't going to happen. Yeah, I think you're going to get volume back in the market, people coming back from vacation. You're going to get normal trading in the market next week. So you need a catalyst. You got them coming. You do have catalysts coming. I can assure you that. You got catalysts coming to move the market, probably into late next week, the following week's trading. I don't use the McClellan oscillator anymore. I'll use like PMO, PPOs, and stuff like that, but that's the closest I'll ever get to a McClellan oscillator. I use triggers and velocity. I shouldn't say that. I use traditional charting, higher time frames. Traditional chart, layered traditional charting, higher time frames. And then I use triggers with velocity and gamma all wrapped up in one. And I'm a true price action trader. I gotta be honest. I'll throw shit to the wind, trade price all day long. I'm a true price action trader. So I follow price. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what book tells me what. If the price is going the opposite direction of that thesis, I'll chase it. I'll throw everything I got out the window and chase it. So that's the end result of all of it, I guess. Yeah, it looks gross, right? That's not just next Friday. We got all kinds of shit coming. We listed them all off already for you guys. We got a lot of vol on the horizon coming up. You know about the vol trade earlier this week. You knew about it on Friday. I gave you a Friday brief last Friday on the vol trade. Told you about NVDA. I think everybody's talked about that at this point. I talked to you today about catching a dip on Apple at 186. I think you're going to get some more flow into that trade for next week. Don't come back on fucking WWWM, WD, WCCA, Apple Day and say, are we going up or down today? The trade's already on. You want to be getting out and selling into the decision or whatever that trade is. I know that Apple events usually sell. They haven't always sold, but you know that they always do. There's probably some money flowing into that trade. We can see it at least. The Apple, like this past week. This is the Apple chart. And so Apple just kept doing this. Fucking market went down, right? Low volume week. Bend the market to the will. Exiting. We know that they're exiting sectors, right? We have sector rotation going on. We've got the last two sectors that haven't been given up yet. Is tech and communication services, telephonic services. If they do rotate out of those two, those are the two largest sectors in our market. If they rotate out, Jamie Dimon saying, yeah, 5% straight down. I'll show you that right now, too, if you want to see it. I'll just show it to you right now. There's two. I showed it to the members and shit, but I'll show it to you guys. Come on, baby. Show daddy. Okay. This is a daily chart right now. If you look by sector, if you can see this at home, we sold out. They're rotating back into utilities now. Tech is finally losing some breadth. They're at 47.7. They were at 53 yesterday, but this is really high. Real estate they've rotated out of. Materials they rotated out of, but they're going back into it again. Industrials they rotated out of. Healthcare they rotated out of, but they're going back in that one again. Financials they rotated out of, but they're going back into that one again. They're rotating out of energy right now. I expect more down for energy. Consumer staples they rotated out of. Consumer, I forget what that one's called. They rotated out of this one back into it again. I think that's staples right there. But communication services, they haven't given it up yet. They haven't given up communication services, and they haven't given up tech. This one here and this one down here. And these are big bad boys of our market. So we have a little bit of rotation into the market. Whoop. And then if they dump those two, we could have a bloodbath on our hands down the road. There's another concern here, too, that I'm going to show you. Just concerns for right now. Cycles. I got a big concern here. You guys, if you guys are already, if you're a supporter of Pro Trader, you already saw this. PPOs heading downtown, aren't they? PMOs heading downtown. And not only that, but we failed to get new highs. We're getting a series of lows here. This is of concern, too. How low do we go? Now, we can break above it. We can get back up there, but we're not there right now. We're not turning up yet. We're still turning down in PPOs and PMOs. That's concerning. That's why I keep telling you guys to watch what the low is when we come into mid-June. Be watching very closely. Do we get that major? Do we get that major drop ahead of us? And by the way, this is the reason I got these boxes here, because I don't want to give up these months. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that here and then bam, bam, down. Bye-bye. See you later. We're out of there. Does that help all of you guys out there at least a little bit? Hopefully it does. Yeah, just thank you. So discretionary, that's what it is. Discretionary. Thank you. It's discretionary spending. I appreciate that. Sorry, it's Friday. So maybe you might be asking, do I think we have further down to go? I think we do. I think we get a correction. I think we do. I'm just hoping that it's not in October. I hope that it's short and sweet. I'm with Jamie on this. Give me 5% down quick. Quick blast down and back up again. I don't want to see us roll down until October. It's going to suck. I do think that trap, though, is there in October. They did it last October, too. And we fucking grinded all the way up into December. Remember that? It was brutal. Brutal. They're calling for a crash. We fucking drove the market up all the way to the last fucking day of the year. Thoughts on Bob Kendall? He was an actual mentor of mine. An actual one-on-one mentor of mine. Bob Kendall taught me how to trade. One of the teachers. One of my teachers in real life. I trust that man with my life. The motherfucker's a badass. Bob Kendall's a fucking G. OG market participant. OG hedge fund trader. OG. Back in the day when the yen was, when they were saying the yen was going to crash, that motherfucker was long the yen. Well, not long the yen, long the Japanese market. Short the yen, long the market. He's a badass. He's a fucking badass. Bob Kendall is a fucking G. He's one of the only guys. I want to say something else about Bob Kendall. Larry Williams, badass. But what I love about Bob Kendall is he's very similar to Larry, where he gives a lot of good, positive perspective when things are dying, like in the doom and gloom, the worst parts of the market. Who else is like that is Jedi Marcus. Jedi Marcus, Bob Kendall, Larry Williams are OG market participants. They don't drink the Kool-Aid. And I like that about them. This market goes up and to the right, and they are correct that that's what happens. So when we're in the shittiest, doomiest, most horrible doom and gloom, I usually turn to both of those guys to find out their insight. Or even in Jedi, too, would be the third one. I turn to all three of them for perspective. If I was ever in a dark alley in a figurative way in the stock market, those three guys are the three guys I turn to because they can see the turn before most people. Now, do I like his algos? Yes, I do. They're complicated. The only thing that I would say to you is that they're complicated, and I like his algos. They're really geared towards his algos to me are geared towards so we don't do this on the show. We should, but we don't because of the format of what we do. But let me give you a very similar example. So if you're above the 1 and 5 minute trigger, you should be buying the S&P 500. Like literally buying fucking shares and then shorting when we're below it. We don't do that. You guys have $5 million? Probably not, right? I don't think you guys have millions of dollars. $1 million? $2 million? If you all did, we would do that together. But we don't. But his stuff to me is based on buying the stock market and not chasing the stock market. So I'm with him on what he does. But I think it has more to do with more money than a new trader, new investor. Yeah, fuck yeah. Well, we have those people. If you have money, right? Well, it's two things here. If you're a futures trader, come on the Discord. I'll set you up with David AMS. If you have money, I'm going to set you up with John L. So this is like a honeypot for traders. I bring you in. We make you some money. We sit you down with John L. and we say, John, can you tell this regard to buy the fucking stock market and sell options? Well, you can't have a show selling options because you sit down, you do nothing. You buy the market and you sell options against it. We'd sit here and fucking drink Cokes all day long and fuck off. That's the truth. You guys will always get the truth from me. You're never gonna get that fucking you're never gonna get that Meet Kevin shit from me. When you make money, you see people come into in the Discord. People, if you come into the Discord and say I made a bunch of money, you should be being approached by people that are telling you now remove it from the fucking stock market, or buy Vanguard, or buy SPY. That's your jump. If you make money, you buy the stock market. You buy it and you sell options against it. That's your goal. That's not your only goal. You want to be buying other shit too. You want to be buying bonds. You want to be buying fucking all kinds of other shit. Buying houses, buying fucking properties, all that kind of stuff. Round out yourself. You can be a degen, but when you're a degen and you win, you remove it from the market. or you buy the market, one or the other. Yeah, no, yeah, hookers and coke. That's what you do. You can do that. Let me say something else too. If you're a young market participant, you want to go buy hookers and blow. We all fucking did it. I've done it. I've blown through cash like you wouldn't even believe it, dude. I've had big wins where I've just been like, fuck it, I'm gonna go spend some money. It's okay. You can do that. You might die tomorrow, but at some point you'll be like, I want to buy a house. I want to pay my mortgage off. I want to pay my fucking this off. I want to pay off my fucking child support. I want to pay off my taxes, whatever it is that you have, whatever ghosts you have in your closet, student loans. You don't have to do it the first time. Make your money, have some fun. But eventually, the fun will end, and you're like, I want to pay my fucking mortgage off. My goddamn credit cards that I haven't paid off. Fucking wife's been fucking opening new credit cards and paying the minimum balance for 10 years. You pay that shit off. Whatever it is whatever your demons are, you'll pay them off. And that's what you should do. You should break free, have a retirement, not worry about being in a nursing home. Some of you are going to be like, and there's probably a small percentage of you that are like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. I just want to have a good time. Hookers and blow till I die. Ride if you want. If you want to ride like that, ride like that. It's cool. I get it. But there are better ways to do hookers and blow, and that is invest. Pay your debt down. Invest. Use the money from those investments to buy hookers and blow. So you can buy hookers and blow and catch VD when you're fucking 80 years old in a nursing home in Florida, the Villages, or something, whatever the fuck it is you're going to do. No, you don't have to bring it to heaven, but you can pass along to people. You might be a good soul. You might want to take care of a library or a school or underprivileged children. You might want to send your money to Palestine. You might want to send your money to Israel, whatever it is. Whatever your thing is that makes you happy. Whatever spins your bottle, whatever gets you hard, whatever it is that makes you happy. It's better to have more of it every month, right? Or every year, or every 5 years, or 10 years. Market is fucking moving. Did you buy that fucking bottom with us today? How many of you motherfuckers bought that bottom with us today? We're fucking cranking right now. Woo! Woo-wee, doggy. How does it feel right now? Feels good, right? Market is fucking moving right now. Market is cranking. Humming right along, baby. Humming right along. Hummada, 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 hummada. 3:13 in the afternoon. Let me ask you guys a serious question. We're almost there. Let me ask you a serious question. Or a series of serious questions. I've asked these before, but I want to ask them again. Is the stonk market... do you think we have a risk of stagflation if Joe Biden remains president and he keeps Jerome Powell as president? Answer me in the chat. Do you think that let me make this bigger so people can read it. Do you think if and I'm not anti but by the way, as a preface, I'm going to remain neutral in this, okay? I want it to relate to the market. Remember, market, keep it market focused. If Jerome Powell remains the chair, Biden remains president. If Biden's a lame duck president, will he continue on with holding rates higher and maybe even increasing rates over the next 4 years? Let me ask you another question. Do you think that stagflation is real in this modern market? Do you think stagflation could truly happen in today's world? Yes or no with a reason. If you think yes, tell me why the other stuff doesn't matter that I discussed with you earlier. Temporarily, I like that answer. That's good. I like that. That's good insight. That's another good insight. Immigration, filling the gap. That's a big one. That's a big one. People don't like to talk about it. That's real. Even Detroit needs immigration for growth. We need it. It's always been like that in this country. And you need babies too, right? You either need babies, us making babies, or immigrants, one or the other, or a mix or two, whatever it is. But that's a big one right there. See Tazo bringing up right now. Persistent government spending in an election year, in the biggest election year in the world, right? That shit's going to come back to haunt us at the end of the year, isn't it? I think it is. After the end of the year is out, after the fucking party's done, the hangover, you wake up in the morning at the frat house and you're like, holy fuck, where are the fucking pledges to clean up? What do you mean they're naked, fucking passed out in a tree? That shit's going to come back to haunt us, definitely. Let me ask you a separate question. If we've got stagflation overhang, we're looking at years down the road, we also have that housing shit, right? We got 18-year cycle ending in 2026. Don't we usually rip up into those things? In 2001, we ripped up into that thing. 2007, 8, we ripped up into that fucking thing, didn't we? Last two cycles we had, we ran up into them. Do you think we can rip up into that this year? Do you think if we're coming into the end of a long-term debt cycle, can we rip faces off into the end of that cycle? Most of my friends that are in real estate, they're watching closely. Not for right now, but they're watching for like 2025, 2026 to start unloading. They're getting primed for it. As an entire group, talking hundreds of friends. I'm in a private group that was started out with like 15 people. Now like hundreds in there now. We need more participants, yeah. We need more money in the market, don't we, to fund it. Fund the exit liquidity for the banks. We need more money in the that's what I think. What's my my take on this is we constantly need growth. You constantly need growth until it breaks. You constantly have to have it. It's part of it. The moment you stop, you go into stagflation. You either need you and I pumping out babies, or we need immigration. We've needed that since you got here. Your father got here. Your grandfather, your great grandfather, your great great grandfather, your great 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 grandfather. They're a driver of our economy, which is what it is, right? You don't think it's going to make much difference in the end. There are going to be problems and solutions. Whoever is elected, they will just be for different reasons. It's a good point too, Troy. Good insight. Let me ask you the next question. If I've been told by real professionals in private DMs that Wall Street does not want Donald Trump as president because of the volatility that he brings to the markets. They had enough of it. Do you think that if Trump becomes president, we go back to a high volatility environment in our markets? Or do you think he'll be, I don't know what you call that. It's not prestigious. It's like, I forget what it's called, but there's a name for it. There's a specific name for it. Austerity. I don't know if it's austerity. He's older now. He's not going to bring that craziness to the office. Do you think that he'll bring volatility to the markets? That's my question. I don't give a fuck about all the other shit that he does. I care about the volatility of the markets. Do you think he'll do that? I do. I ask her those questions. I ask her all of those questions. I do. I do ask her those things. As a matter of fact, I wanted to leave Detroit. I wanted to sell everything. And now I've just sold 2 homes. I've got one more home left. I've got another home too, but it's in limbo. It's in some fucked up shit. I got some court shit going on with that. Nothing bad, just who owns what and all that kind of stuff. But I'm keeping one home for my daughters just in case. I am afraid for my daughter's future. Yeah, that's my question. He brought a lot of volatility. Don't tell me he didn't bring volatility. You guys were there, right? Most of you were there, right? He brought a lot of fucking volatility to this market. I mean, it was fucking wild. If you weren't the trader when he was president, it was fucking wild. Oh, you weren't? Okay. Oh, my God. I've never seen it like that. I've been somewhat of a participant since 07, 08. Some kind of participation in this market since 07, 08. And I've never seen that kind of shit. Never. Yeah, I would expect, my own personal opinion is if Trump gets elected, you're going to see the market dump. Why? Does anybody know why? Rate cuts. I would expect, if Trump won, I would expect a squeeze and a major sell-off. Major sell-off. That's right, rate cuts. And I would expect Jerome to either bend the knee or get the fuck out of the way, one or the other. 100%. And what's crazy, no, the rate cut doesn't cause the crash. We have to talk about that. There's mechanics behind all of this stuff. We've gone over it in stream before, but there's a chance we don't get the crash on a rate cut. But let's talk when we talk rate cuts and their impacts. We're going to talk probability and statistics. And statistically speaking, if we get a rate cut, if it's unknown, an unplanned rate cut, we will squeeze and then dump. If it's unplanned. If it's planned, the market will position for the rate cut to dump, like we did in February for March. All right, so we're all kind of thinking the same stuff. Some of you are lending in some good insight here, too. Like the stagflation thing, but not forever. I like that idea. And that's the other question, too. Jamie Dimon, and a good point on this. Brian just mentioned this. So Jamie Dimon, right? Jamie Dimon right now, you see him maneuvering right now for that position? And how, like, he might not be same party and we got to work together. And he's maneuvering for that position. You guys see that? It's clear as fucking day, right? It's clear as fucking day that Jamie Dimon is gunning for that position. In my view, at least. All right, I'm wondering. Let me ask you one last question. Be honest, especially if you're a Democrat. There's like tail risk to this conviction with Trump. You get a win, but there's tail risk to it. Where someone might not vote for Trump, the gloating from Democrats, if it ignites, like you call your mother up and you go, "Fuck you, bitch. You crazy bitch. I haven't been hanging out with you in 10 years because you love Trump. Now you just got 34 felonies. Fuck you." Then your mom that didn't vote last election, She goes, you know, my son sucks. I'm gonna fucking vote now. I'm gonna teach my kid a lesson. So you like ignite the vote for that guy, for Trump. Do you think there's any tail risk from that, from this conviction? No, no. Nino's like, really? No, Nino. But there's an air of it in society, right? No, I'm not saying to tell your mom to go fuck herself. I'm being figurative here, Nino. I'm being figurative. I'm being figurative. Yeah, his base is already in. Yeah, but you grab another. My fear here for the summer, right? My real fear in the summer is that we're coming into the week where we're on the daily or the hourly trigger right now, boys and girls. Heads up. Let's get out in 1 minute and see what's going on. Woo! Cranking right now. Moving on up. The reason I bring this up is because so let's say I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Republican, but let's say I was. So I was talking to a friend last night, and he was asking me, he was like, hey, if a Democrat was convicted, would you vote for him? And I go, no. I go, my big problem would be the stage in in international relations is soured. But the anger that I might have by it being rubbed in my face could turn me into the fuck you vote. You know, fuck you. There's another side to this too. And here's something I want to tell you if you're a Democrat. And this has to do with the housing market and our stock market. And in this whole conversation. Back in 2017, I just started buying homes right around that time. And when they were doing those fucking when they were changing the tax system in our country, and I want you to know this as a Democrat, it was tax-wise, it was better to own your home. In 2017, they started to change tax code, and it became more profitable to switch your home ownership to a trust, an LLC, for tax purposes. So a whole ton of America did that. So I have questions about that. In the early 80s, you'd have people that would like tell their wives or their kids, oh yeah, I'm going to vote for that social shit. And then they would pull the fucking lever against it because of taxes. And that's the one fucking thing I got in my head, man, because when they can't, like, Biden can't do all the shit he wants to do, the mark on market shit and all that stuff. He's never going to get that done. But you can change the tax rules. And I wonder about that stuff. Like, is somebody going to go in the voting booth and be like, fuck that, I want that 17% rate? Yeah, I voted for a Democrat for the Congress. I did that for you. You can have your abortion rights back, but that shit with my taxes is a concern to me. They don't care. They care about money. If I told you that I was going to say, if you're a homeowner with a business and wife and kids and all that shit, or a husband, and I'm like, don't worry, I'm going to save you $20K this year. You're going to go in there and you're going to go fucking pull that fucking lever. Greed. And they lie to you. That's the worst part. They fucking lie to you. They tell you they're not going to do it, and they do it. Pure greed. You know, if you want to know my personal opinion, I am so apathetic right now. I don't want to fucking vote for an 82-year-old man. I don't want to, and I'll be honest with you, Kamala Harris, I don't want her as my president. I don't want her as my president. I didn't vote for her. She came in last fucking place in the Democratic primary. Last place. Why don't I want her? Because she was a fucking Republican in California. That's why. That's the truth. Take off my Wall Street hat, put on my Main Street hat. It's a fucking Republican. That's what she is. I don't like Biden. Never liked him either. But I don't like an 82-year-old man forcing her down my throat either. That's the truth. And I don't like the control the DNC has over their party. The Republican has outsiders can win the RNC. The DNC is controlled from the top fucking down. And I got a real fucking bone to pick with the DNC. I don't fucking like them at all. They can go fuck off as far as I'm concerned. Seriously. Republicans have an easier path for outsiders to win. The DNC controls and grooms you from top or from bottom to top. That's a fact. That's factual. And most Dems that know this will tell you the truth. You know, like the biggest mafia is the DNC out of the two of those mafias. They're the biggest mafia. I think that we should do ranked choice voting. They do that in Europe. Ranked choice voting, I'm down with that. Look at them rolling it over like, ooh, look at that hot sauce over there. Ooh. Ooh. Look at him. Anger. This is the young Jim Bros up here. Look at him. Some kind of ranked choice voting. Help out a third party, fourth party, fifth party. We won't get that, though. You guys, we're plebs. You guys know that, right? None of these fucking guys care about you. They're all getting abortions. They all like to party. They fucking swingers, fucking sucking, doing drugs, partying. It's power and money. That's what it is. You think your guy, I don't care if he's a Democrat or Republican, you think they believe anything they sell you, you're out of your fucking skull. There's a few of them that probably do. Like Mitt Romney to an extent. I'm like, yeah, that guy probably fucking believes that shit. But but most of them get bought and paid for. Most of them it's power and money. And they do it right till the fucking day they die. We got two 82-year-old or 80-year-olds running. These guys, the power trip on these fucking guys inside their heads, that shit's like from birth. I just met a bunch of fucking, so I'm supposed to be a furu. I'm supposed to turn into like a fucking furu Instagram fucking influencer. I just went and hung out with a bunch of them. And I'm like, I'm not that fucking guy. I can't hang out here. I gotta go. Bye. And I was like, I'm out of here. I couldn't even chill with these guys. I had guys offering to sponsor this show for bank 6 figures. I was like, I can't chill with these motherfuckers. I ain't ever doing that shit. That was this weekend. Like, you are that person, is my point. So you either are or you're not. And if you are that person, you'll become that person. And politicians, no matter what party they are, at that level of being a politician, they are fucking eating, drinking, shitting, breathing, swimming, sleeping in power and money. Trust me, that's what they're doing. Oh, dude, hey, yesterday, Clouds, did you read that story of that dude and his wife up in Vermont? They're like, what do they call themselves? They were fucking weird. Did you guys read the story? It was the New York Times or the Washington Post. It's a couple. They're part of the Make Babies party or some shit like that. Any of you guys hear about that fucking story? It was crazy as fuck. Oh, dude, you got to read it. It was pure insanity. Thoughts on Afghanistan pullout. I was in the Army during 9/11. They turned it into something. Well, to me, it was two things. Afghanistan was get some, which we did, and oil. That's it. Relationships, pipelines, that kind of stuff. What it turned into was a military-industrial complex fuck around. We weren't there to rebuild in the beginning. Just turned into a mess. Money, greed, that kind of stuff. Well, I don't know if it's manipulating Republican. Well, we got that going on the Dems too. Well, maybe that's a whole other conversation. We also have a problem today. We have a whole other problem. We have nation states influencing the United States, and we have corporations. In the age of AI, internet, social media, we have a real problem right now with it's corpos, and the worst part is their politicians are involved in it too, with the corpos. So like the corporate, the fucking corporations like Google, like X, like Amazon, like all these companies they're like their own nation state. Truthfully, they're just like a country, and we have a lot of stuff going on in our country right now where you don't know who you're talking to. It might not be Bill from down the road from you. There's an article out right now. I'll post it on Twitter. You got to read it. It's fucking crazy. Pure fucking insanity. Well, it's not insanity. Having kids is great, but young people can't have kids, can they? They can't afford to. AI girlfriends. We're already in calls down here. We literally bought this right here. We literally bought that together on stream. We bought this. I don't know what to say about buying calls for Monday. We already bought them. We're long and strong from right down there up here. I don't know what to say to you about buying calls. Whole Discord was buying calls. Stream was buying calls. We loaded the fuck up. That's right. With size. We're getting premium kick right now, too. With size. We went in with size earlier today. Hey, David AMS. I love you, brother. How's your husband doing, man? Hope everything's doing well with you. Hope you're doing well, man. David AMS in the house. If you guys have questions, David AMS, one of my most trusted friends. This guy's a better trader than me. Bad motherfucker. Trades futures, teaches in our Discord. Bad motherfucker. You want to trade futures? I would put David AMS against anybody you know. If you like trading futures, want to learn how to trade futures and be fucking profitable, that guy right there. See that guy down there? David AMS is here. He probably doesn't want to hear that, but he's a bad motherfucker. Do not fuck around with David AMS. He'll take all your lunch money. David's a fucking G. 9-day getting murdered right now. You guys want some jams? You guys want some jams? I think I might have a jam for you. Hold on. I might have a jam for you. David, I might have found a jam you might like. I think I found a jam. Dude, oh, David, I got to talk to you about... I got some Detroit sounds for you, bro. Woo. He's going to a party, too. Aren't you going to a party? Aren't you going to a party, brother? Well, let's see. Let's check this one right here. I'm going to get in so much trouble. I'm going to lose all the money from today. Hold on. I don't know if I'm going to do that one. Hold on a second here. I'm already going to get pinched for this one. Oh, my God. Woo! Look at that market right now. Woohoo! What is going on right now out there? Are you guys making money? Dude, I had a song for us. I don't know what the fuck happened to it. I was downloading some dope jams. Dope jams. Does this say right here? I had some dope jam. Dude, I got some jams for you, David. Should we just go with the old school dopeness? Or are you just going old school dope? We going dope jam? Do we doing dope jam? Are we going dope jam? All right, we're doing dope jam. Are we going? Oh, hold on a second here. We go. Oh, wait a minute. We're going dope dance. We're going dope dance. Okay, we're going dope dance. I was told we're doing dope dance. Turn your speakers down.
Cocaine is my gasoline.
This one's for you, David.
Ecstasy, my limousine. Ketamine, my teenage dream. And LSD, my sweet 16. Cocaine is my gasoline. Ecstasy, my limousine. Ketamine, my teenage dream. And LSD, my sweet 16. Cocaine is my gasoline. Ecstasy, my limousine. Ketamine, my teenage dream. And LSD, my sweet 16. Cocaine is my gasoline. Ecstasy, my limousine. Ketamine, my teenage dream. And LSD, my sweet 16.
I think some of you on call spreads have 100% print at least right now. I'm in straight calls, so.
LSD, my sweet 16. Cocaine is my gasoline, ecstasy, my limousine. Ketamine, my teenage dream, and LSD, my sweet 16. Cocaine is my gasoline, ecstasy, my limousine. Ketamine, my teenage dream, and LSD, my sweet 16. Cocaine is my gasoline, ecstasy.
Most resilient market in the fucking world. I guess we're not waiting until Monday, are we? Almost a pure tick strike right there. Almost a straight tick strike. Merga. Woo!
Fuck these niggas up. DJ Mix, you gotta motherfucking feel this shit, boy.
If you see me and you tryna see what's up, he wanna fuck with me, then I'ma have him stuck. Bitch looking bad and got a stupid butt. Jewelry on your wrist, fucking hold it up. When I holla ski, that mean pull up. Crossing and fine, and they fast as fuck. I'm looking good when I'm hopping out that truck. Where the hood niggas that they get them bucks. Benz clean, but we run dirty. Flying with
532 or go home, baby. 532 or go home.
Take a bitch, nigga, show no mercy. Do the pussy bitch dirty. She like sexy, why you hurt me? Took him down up the Yerky. When you give me, put that dick all up my backside. I'm a hood bitch sitting courtside. I show up pussy how this Mac ride.
Should I take the money and run or no?
If you see me and you tryna see what's up,
I think I'm selling.
you wanna fuck with me, then I'ma have him stuck.
I'm selling.
Bitch looking bad and got a stupid butt. Jewelry on your wrist, fucking hold it up. When I holla ski, that mean pull up. Crossing
Hold on a second here.
I'm looking good when I'm hopping out that truck. Where the bitches big, sexy, I'm the chosen one. I drop a bag on your head, I got a lot of fun. And I got them shooters in the cut, they got a lot of guns. Put my little nigga on your ass, he gon' blam some. You know I swear that bitch like a NASCAR. I like Hellcat, got off the line to make the engine part. Don't put your trust in me, pussy nigga, I'ma break your heart. Young turn bitch, when I pull up, that's when the party start. In the booty club, standing on the couch, throwing beats. Better respect me.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Wifey got me icy, now my chain hit like blow bling. In New York, with my partners, we be jamming, I mean. If you see me and you tryna see what's up, he wanna fuck with me, then I'ma have him stuck. Bitch looking bad.
I'm done. I'm out. I'm straight. Done. I'm out. I ain't doing this anymore.
When I holla ski,
Paper hands, CaptainJimJames right now. Oh my God, they're gonna break right fucking through. Holy fucking shit, here we go. Paper handed Cappy. We're only at R1 right now. R2 is at 526.92. 526.92. Holy fucking shit. Paper handed Cappy. Sorry about that. I'm out. I can't do it. I'm out. Can't do it.
Step away, relax.
Any of you still in right now? Good job. I'm out. Oh my fucking God. You fucking savages, if you get up there, Godspeed. Leave some runners on. What the fuck is going on? 526.92, next target. Just a heads up, earlier this week we had a target of 532. I don't know if we get that 532. Oh my God. 532. Fucking lie to all your asses. They're still going to close at 5:30. Fucking dealers chasing the whole fucking way. God damn. God damn. Holy shit. Coast to Sigma move on a daily right there in the green. That's a 2 Sigma move. That's a 2 Sigma move. What the fuck is that? I don't know if you were short or not. I don't know if you were short or not. Somebody's getting lit the fuck on up right now. 52.90. 52.90. 52.90 on SPX. Oh my God. This just smoted like fucking. Oh, look at that hanging dong. Oh, look at that book map. Hanging fucking dong. That's David AMS's balls, by the way. That's David AMS's balls up there. Can somebody get David AMS's husband on the line so he can confirm or deny if those are David AMS's balls or not? Oh my God, dude. Fuck. That's disgusting. Dude, I had to sell. I couldn't do it. I can't do it. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. I don't want it all coming back over the weekend. Note to self, if you are in straight calls right now, you don't want to be giving back theta over the weekend or a pullback in that bullshit dealers do. This is a one way, take the money and run. Oh my God. It's going off the fucking up. There we go. David's got a hard on again. He's got a hard on. He's back at his husband's walking around the house naked. Oh yeah, pain, baby. Dealers, low. I'm going to say it one more time. 4 p.m. Friday. Fuck you. What happens? I wrote it out to you the other day in a market brief. What did I say? You want to bring it up for you again? Go back and read the market brief. I said to you two market briefs ago, I explained to you negative gamma, and I said, what? What did I say to you? All else equal, that can happen. All else equal. Wild ass swings. Dealers chase. Mikasa, Sukasa, both sides. This is fucking crazy. Oh my God. Fuck yeah. You should be green. And they're still climbing right now. Wait until we get the fucked up business around 6 p.m., 4 to 6. Wait until 6 p.m. End of month fucking flow's coming in right now, boys. We're gonna crank right to fucking 4:15. They're gonna rip down every one of those fucking puts. They're gonna make them go to zero. Every single one of them. Oh man, dude. 2 sigma move. 2 sigma move. No, it is not. I told you that earlier. All that shit has to come back and confirm on the Daily Trigger. Already told you that. I'm getting crazy in my stream right now. Who is that? Tactical FM1? I already told you. Go back in the stream. I said it has to come back down and confirm. Wasn't lying. We're in a 1-minute chart right now. Scale out a little bit. Goddamn Tactical wants to fucking go out there and murder everybody on a 1-minute chart. Easy. He's gentle. There's all mechanics inside, dealers, like little rats running around, like gremlins. Running around right now. They're burning a bunch of shit. Dealers got to make pools, man. They got to do the backyard. They got to take care of the kids. Right, and they're like little squirrels running around, like little gremlins right now. Torching the options chain right now. Keep it cool. I love you, Stonks Anonymous. All that shit's coming back. We're coming back down here to check on that Daily Trigger. I guarantee it. Okay. Now for fuckery. End of month fuckery. They're going to be in there working on all this stuff, wrapping it all up. Everything goes to zero, right? You guys are all positioned proper. I love all of you out there. You know that. I know that. You know that. We know that. I love you. I'm always here with you. In and out. 4 fucking years. I think, is it 4 or 3 years? I think it's 4 years. I think we're coming into it right now, aren't we? I fucking love all of you. I fucking love you, Addy. Fucking love all you guys. I fucking love all of you. I fucking love every single last dude. It's you and I, dude. It's you guys and I forever, dude. Oh, whether we're winning or losing, I don't give a fuck, dude. We're fucking together. I got all of you guys. You guys are my boys, my girls. You're my friends. Period. Forever and ever and ever and ever. I love all of you. So, we should say. I've said this like the past 3 months. We're gonna stay this size. We ain't doing any bullshit. We're not becoming into that shit. It's just you guys and I. That's it. I love all of you. I really do. More than you fucking know. You got to spend all my fucking time with you guys. Who the fuck streams 5 days a week, fucking 8 hours a day? Just me. You and I. I fucking love every last one of you motherfuckers. Every last one of you. Seriously, more than you know. You guys make my world. You really, truly make my world. Seriously, you guys are my real fucking friends. I was at that bullshit this weekend, dude. I didn't want nothing to do with those people. I wanted to be with you guys. Seriously, like, you guys don't know. You guys are my real fucking friends. In real life, you guys are my friends. I love all of you. A lot of money. A lot of fucking money. Enough to fucking play 10 fucking 0 dates every day. Enough to fucking do 0 dates for a little while. Enough to stay the fuck alive. All right, so here's the deal. If you're a supporter, you're a pro trader, I'll have a weekend update for you. I will write a big write-up for you. We can meet on. You guys want to meet on Sunday? How about this? We'll do a private stream Sunday. Private stream guaranteed. Sunday private stream. I don't know when. Likely like 11, 12, maybe 1. If I get laid, it's like 1 p.m. She tries to fuck me or something, because I just bought her a bunch of shit for kids and stuff. She probably won't fuck me. Women don't want to fuck me when women. One woman won't fuck me when I do cool shit for her and her children, but maybe I will. If I get laid, 1 p.m., 11 a.m. if I don't get laid. I'll go to the closet and jerk off because there's people in the house. In the garage closet. So I'll try to do a private stream on Sunday. If you're a supporter or a pro trader, we'll hang out on Sunday. Private stream. I'll send you a link in the Discord. And oh shit, I'm getting a call right now. Hold on a second here. I don't know if I should put him on the phone. He's a big time chef. I don't know. He'd be pissed if I put him on the phone right now. He's a big time, like, he's a fucking Michelin chef. Believe it or not, he's an executive chef, Michelin chef. I love all of you guys. I will see you. I think on Sunday we're gonna do a quick stream. We'll just chat. Small group, tight. If you don't know, we got tradethetrigger.com. Also, I'm still dealing with developers right now. Dude, I got a bunch of cool shit coming to you guys. It's a pain in the ass. It's so much fucking work getting people that know what the fuck they're doing on the computer end. It's not easy. I love you guys. I really fucking love you guys. I can't play the outro song because they're blocking me for it. I'm getting all kinds of now they just turned the video off now. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do it anyways. Is that Chris Reyes out there, by the way? That ain't Chris Reyes from southern Utah, is it? That better not be Chris Reyes. Much love from southern Utah. Marcos Reyes, are you friends with Chris Reyes up in PC? You dirty dog, you.